Also, thank you.
Great.
And I believe everybody is present.
Great. All right, then. I will call to order at 7:01 this regular meeting of the Los Altos City Council on Tuesday, March 8th, 2022. And would the city clerk please call roll and establish quorum?
Yes. Councilmember Fliger?
Here.
Councilmember Lee Ying?
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Here.
Vice Mayor Meadows?
Here.
Mayor Enander?
Here.
Thank you. All 5 council members are present.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. And we have with us tonight Adya Gupta. And I see you, Adya. And she is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So can we turn her on? Get her unmuted?
She should be able
Adya,
to.
does someone know? Is there someone there who can help you with unmuting? Whoops, we lost the picture. Push the wrong button.
There she is.
Do you see where it allows you to unmute? It's down in the lower left-hand corner, I think, in the bottom. There, you got it. Whoops. Push it again. There we go. We've got you.
I can't hear you.
We can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't hear you for some reason. So
Go ahead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I don't know why Adya couldn't hear us, but Adya is, we're very happy you're with Troop 60145, and we appreciate you being here, and you have a good evening. We had no closed session, so we have nothing to report in that regard. And the next item, as you know, we started a, whoops.
Mayor, we've lost your video. There we are.
Not sure what happened. Did it come back there?
Yes, we see you now.
Okay. Began this year with a plan to recognize and celebrate the diverse ways that the residents of Los Altos celebrate the new year, in the hopes that by doing so throughout this year at the various times of New Year for different cultures, we could enjoy and learn about other cultures and also hopefully benefit from the good wishes that always come with all New Year's in all cultures. So in a couple of weeks, there will be another opportunity to celebrate what's called Nowruz, which means the new day. And this is a marking of the vernal equinox, beginning of spring. And it's one of the oldest holidays in the world, may go back as much as 5,000 years. Nowruz promotes values of peace and solidarity between and within families and neighborliness, thus contributing to cultural diversity and friendship among peoples and different communities. Nowruz is transliterated a number of different ways from different languages, but it basically marks the start of the new year for more than 300 million people worldwide, including Iranian, Afghani, Tajik, Kurdish, Turkish, Uzbek, Baluch, Kyrgyz, Parsi, and Azeri communities, some elements of faith communities in Zoroastrianism, Muslim, Jewish, Christian, and Baha'i, and others who trace their heritage to many locations in the Persian Gulf, the Balkans, the Black Sea Basin, the Caucasus, Central Asia, the Middle East, and other regions. Nowruz is recognized by the UNESCO list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity, and many who celebrate Nowruz honor nature with traditions such as street performances of music and dance, public rituals involving fire and water, traditional sports, and the making of handcrafts. Nowruz concludes after 13 days with the gathering of family and friends in natural environments. And this to me was one of the most touching. Nowruz is something that after a year of darkness and being apart from one another is recognized as the messenger of better, brighter days ahead and reminder of what connects all people as a community. And therefore, I have issued this proclamation for the city of Los Altos that recognizes the cultural and historical significance of Nowruz, and in observance Nowruz express our deep respect for all individuals throughout the world who celebrate this significant occasion and wish them Nowruz Mubarak, and hope that the symbolism of Nowruz for better, brighter days ahead will be shared by all in our community for the coming year. Thank you, City Clerk, for putting that together for me. And do we have next any changes to the order of the agenda?
Mayor, staff would like to reschedule item number 11 tonight, the historic resource inventory.
Okay. So we will reschedule that to a date uncertain and publish an announcement when we know what we're doing there. Vice Mayor Meadows.
I was going to suggest that we move item 10, police facility follow-up forward as the first discussion item, but of course, whatever you recommend. But I think we have consultants here tonight, and so it might be good not to make them sit through some of the longer items.
Mayor, weren't we going to do 8, 10, and then 9?
It doesn't, the version of the agenda that I have does not show that. So if it's already been clarified, that would be good, but I don't have that in front of me.
Let's plan to reverse 9 and 10. So let's take number 8 after we've concluded any business on the consent calendar, and then take number 10 and then number 9, and then we will be omitting item 11 and go to item 12, assuming that we are still within our time limits and so on, and we'll do that check-in as per norms around 9 o'clock tonight. Are there any other requests for changes to the agenda order? Okay, then we'll move on to public comment on items not on the agenda. City Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes to speak on items not on the agenda?
Yes, so far I see 4 members of the public with their hand raised.
Any others?
Still 4.
Just 4. Okay.
Yes.
Can I ask you all please to limit yourself to 2 minutes?
Our first speaker then would be Joe Beninato.
Hi, good evening, everyone. There have been a number of proclamations recently, and I'm not exactly sure how the proclamations get decided, but I want to commend the team that pulls them together to recognize and celebrate the many diverse cultures that make up our community, such as Nowruz tonight and previously Lunar New Year. However, I have to say that I'm disappointed with a few recent omissions. Today is International Women's Day, and I think we missed an opportunity to celebrate that we have a council that is 80% women, no offense to Councilmember Weinberg, and a community that is full of amazing women. I'm also deeply disappointed that the month of February came and went, and Black History Month was completely ignored by our city government. There are very few Black and African-American members of our community who already feel marginalized and unwelcome. We should go out of our way to celebrate the many amazing Black Americans who have helped to build our country. I hope that moving forward as a city, we can be more inclusive of our Black and African American neighbors and friends who deserve better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Beninado.
Our next speaker is Stan Wong.
Hi, thank you and good evening. My name is Stan Wong, a resident of Laver Court. My neighbors Joan Muffelder and Jack Levin spoke in prior meetings asking this council to recognize the home construction project at 1985 Laver Court is impacting many of the neighbors. They were asking the council to address this concern by putting this topic on the agenda. Tonight, I'll comment on this issue and make the same request for your help. To start, I want this council to know we are working with the owners of 1985 Laver Court to modify their construction to better fit into the surrounding homes, address the loss of privacy, eliminate the glare from the flat white roof, and to minimize other impact this project has created. My neighbors and I have been stressed watching this home go up, and despite multiple requests for help, we are receiving little to no support from the city planning department. While we are working with the owners, my request for this council is to spend an hour or two to look at what went wrong to avoid this happening in future proposals. Specifically, we'd like to know why the city cannot find the construction application that we requested through the Freedom of Information Act, and why the neighbors were not allowed or alerted to review the plans before it was approved. We learned from the project owners that the planning department rejected the owner's initial plans, and a less compatible home in the neighborhood was approved. We want the planning department to be accountable to explain this and have gotten nowhere. And so we come to this council meeting asking for this council to look at the case, correct any problems you find, and to assist us as we work with the owners to revise their project. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Wong.
Our next speaker is Gary Hedden.
Good evening, Council. I'm Gary Hedden, resident of Los Altos. Last week's presentation on the housing element was good and packed with useful information. Nevertheless, I am concerned that it is too much about meeting 1958, the number of new homes and apartments needed over the next 8 years. Instead of 1958, the number, it should be about the people, the families that will be living in those 1958 homes. That number is bigger, probably 3,000 people or maybe more. What is your vision for those people and their daily lives? Looking at the maps presented at the housing element presentation, the 1958 homes will be scattered here, there, and everywhere across the city. That makes no sense. The vision should be to create livable, walkable neighborhoods. Neighborhoods designed around the 10-minute walk. These homes should all be within a 10-minute walk to a grocery store, a pharmacy, a hardware store, restaurants, shops, and a park. Make it possible to not drive a car to get to those things. This reduces traffic and makes life safer and more pleasant for everyone. With that vision in mind, the choices for the new homes are simple. Downtown, along El Camino, Loyola Corners, Lucky's, and Homestead. Here, there, and everywhere is not a good choice. Narus Barbar.
Thank you, Mr. Hedden.
Our next speaker is Tony Mose.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and thank you to the staff and City Council for the Chinese New Year Proclamation and the Nowruz Proclamation, which, as they should, celebrate the cultures of our community. Thank you also to Joe Beninado for calling in to talk about Black History Month and the fact that it was not commemorated in February, which is why I am calling in as well. I'm disappointed that Black History Month came and went in February and no proclamation was made to commemorate and celebrate the contributions of African Americans. Those in our community who are Black, and likely others, took note of the absence of such a proclamation for Black History Month. I understand that you have decided to focus on different New Year's. However, more can be done. I know it was done last year. I believe proclamations are made at the discretion of the mayor. If this is indeed the case, then Mayor Anander, I believe that you shirked your duties and you need to do better to be more inclusive of all Los Altos residents. Black Los Altos residents are already such a small portion of Los Altos, and many of us do not feel welcome.
Set up in the air.
This has added to that feeling. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moos.
We have one more speaker, and that is Joan Muffelder.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm a resident. I've spoken before. I live on Labor Court. I would ask the City Council if they could consider the policy of not notifying neighbors of a construction project if it is a single story. I think to avoid other issues that we have had on Labor Court, this policy should be changed. The construction that is next door to me sits on a foundation that is 52 inches high. So when you consider single story or 2 stories, I think you need to look at the slope of the street and also how it impacts neighbors. So again, I would ask you to consider the policy of when a construction project is in the planning process, that neighbors could be notified even though it is a single story construction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Muffelder. City Clerk, I think that is all the people who have been asking to speak on items not on the agenda.
That's correct.
With that, we'll move to the consent calendar. Is there anything anyone wants to pull from the consent calendar? Mr. Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't actually want to pull it, but I just want confirmation from staff that the professional services contract, item number 4, that the resolution that we're going to vote on is going to include the $5,000 contingency.
Councilmember Weinberg, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm fine.
Thank you, Mr. Furtado. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Mayor, I don't want to pull anything, but I would like to get a clarifying question regarding consent item 5, regarding the zoning amendment ordinance. I would just like to verify that section 1 in the ordinance just allows us to develop a procedure, and currently we have no policy or procedures. Correct?
Ms. Houston, you want to answer that, please?
Yes, so this all came about with the objective standards, and we couldn't change our appeals process because we needed an ordinance. So this is the ordinance that will allow the council at a future date to implement by resolution an appeals procedure that you will create, you will approve going forward. So this is just the city code authority to allow that process to go forward. So that's why you don't have an appeals procedure in this ordinance. This is just the code authority to allow that.
To allow one to be developed.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd be glad to move the consent items.
Okay, we have the consent calendar items 1 through 7 moved by Councilmember Lee Eng.
I'll second, Mayor.
Thank you. Seconded by Councilmember Flagger. City Clerk?
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Mayor Enander?
Yes.
And Councilmember Flagger?
Yes.
Thank you. The consent calendar passes 5-0.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. We have no public hearings this evening, so we will move to discussion item number 8. And I see Mr. Gallegos here, so I believe that he is going to present the item. Sean, it's all yours.
Sorry. Get the correct one. Sorry about that. Sorry, I don't know what's happening. There we go. Move this out of the way. There we go. Thank you very much. Somehow you've disappeared, so I'm trying to find you. Sorry. There we go. I can see your faces. I'm sorry about that. Good evening, honorable. 1 second. Sorry. Good evening, honorable Mayor Anader and council members. My name is Sean Gallegos. I am a senior planner in the planning division. The project before you tonight is a recommendation from the Historical Commission for the City Council to designate 347 First Street, the American Legion Hall, as a city historic landmark. Before you is a photograph of the existing building structure at 347 First Street. Under the City of Los Altos Municipal Code, the criteria for designation requires 3 pieces. One, that the structure is at least 50 years old. There's a requirement for a determination of integrity in regards to design, setting, materials, workmanship, and feeling. In addition, under the criteria, a property is required to qualify under historic significance, which is where a structure or property is clearly associated with one or more of the items listed below, which includes either it's tied to a particular event of local, state, or national importance, to a person or people of state, local, or national importance. The structure itself is of notable architectural or design importance, or that there are archaeological factors tied to the site. In regards to the age, the building was built over 50 years ago, and it does qualify under the first criteria of age. In regards to integrity, the property does retain integrity of the original design. Overall, the minimal traditional design of the architecture, including its form, interior layout, and structure design, are intact. In regards to setting, the building does maintain its original location within the parcel. However, its original setting, which was more rural in nature, has degraded over time, and the site no longer retains the integrity of the original setting that existed at the site at the time of construction. In regards to materials, the project retains some of its building materials, but it has not preserved the integrity of the building due to the loss of multiple features, including exterior siding to the structure, doors, and window modifications to the overall structure. In regards to workmanship, the property does maintain the physical evidence of the workmanship of that particular time period for the minimal traditional building elements that are still part of the building, and does maintain integrity of workmanship. In regards to feeling, the hall, although it's been diminished through materials, it still does evoke the feeling of a particular type of architecture and a particular time, which is between 1935 and 1955. And it does retain the effect of feeling. The requirement for integrity is a majority of the elements of integrity are met. And in this case, 3 of 5 do qualify. And so it does qualify under integrity. In regards to historical significance, the American Legion Hall was associated with a single significant event or pattern of events that had a contribution to both local history for the city of Los Altos. American Legion Hall is strongly associated with the transition from an unincorporated town to an incorporated town, and is tied to the broad pattern of development of Los Altos and Santa Clara County. And so it does qualify under significance under events as a significance criteria. In regards to a local landmark designation, So in addition to being required to comply with the three standards, age, significance, and integrity, local landmark designations are also required to show that there is a special historical, cultural, archaeological, scientific, or architectural aesthetic that is part of the heritage of the city or county or nationally. As discussed previously, the building does have a historical value due to its relationship to the history of Los Altos and its transition from being an incorporated town to becoming the city of Los Altos. As reflected in the report, at times the city was part, the American Legion Hall was part of the initial incorporation of the city as a location to organize. And it was part of the original city hall location where the city met at this location until the city hall was constructed at its current site today. Therefore, 347 First Street, American Legion Hall does display significance or integrity that would qualify for the historic landmark status at the local level. The Historical Commission held a public meeting on January 24th to consider the request. They did find that it met all of the elements for historic landmark and for designation. They did vote unanimously to recommend that the City Council approve designating the American Legion Hall at 347 First Street as a local historic landmark. Staff concurs with the recommendation of the Historical Commission and also recommends approval of the designation. This concludes my presentation unless there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallegos. Yes, please stand by so that we see if there are any questions from the council. 1, 2, 3. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Sorry, I was a little slow with the mute button. Thank you, Sean, for that presentation. So I do have some questions. So first of all, this is being reviewed as a historical landmark rather than a historical resource. And is there a rationale for that? I'm just curious.
So, so the distinction is the caliber of the structure and that its relationship to both the cultural interest tied to the community. Since this structure was part of the original founding of the city in the 1950s, that is a central feature of why it's being recommended for landmark status. In addition, landmark status does come with certain constraints that are greater than a historic resource designation. Historic landmark status does require that modifications to the historic landmark comply with the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. The historic resource standard does not require that constraint. And so the applicant who's here tonight, his goal is to preserve this building, prevent future development at the site, and Secretary of the Interior standards would be something that would benefit this particular site. And it is what the applicant had pursued.
Okay, thank you. I thought that was it, but I appreciate the clarification. So I went and walked around the building. I have not been inside the building ever, I will say, but I did walk around the building. I wondered if a building inspector has evaluated the property. So I'm probably the least mechanical person on the council, or at least I'm not very talented in that regard. And it did not look like the chimney was braced, among other things. So has a property inspector, a building inspector evaluated the property?
No, a building inspector has not evaluated the property. The applicant could probably speak to the elements of a refurbishment that need to occur. A part of their objective of attempting to get the local designation was to try to fundraise and pursue grants so that they can rehabilitate the structure, which does require improvements.
Right, okay. And that feeds into my next question. So what happens if we approve this site and it doesn't meet even our basic building safety codes? Does that mean it's grandfathered in that non-compliance because we've approved it even while it's in that condition? Or are they required to at least bring it up to basic safety code?
So if the city receives a report that under the Historic Preservation Ordinance, if a structure is not being maintained, the building official has the authority to require that the structure is maintained. So if that was to occur, The building official does have the ability, both under the historic preservation ordinance and under the building code, to have them remediate and address those issues.
Right, but the issue I'm pointing out is that if we approve it tonight, we don't actually know if it's already in that state. So I understand the maintenance aspect of it. I'm talking about the current status, but I think we don't necessarily know that.
We did not. As the council's aware, a historic structures report is the type of report that's utilized for determining structural condition or mechanical system conditions. An HRE is what was produced for this project, so we do not have the condition of the building.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question regarding the staff. Oh, actually, it wasn't the staff report. It was in the Q&A, and thank you for your answers on that. At one point, it says council, and I don't want anyone to read anything into this in regards to how we're going to find on this project tonight, but I'm going to ask the question anyway. So council would need to provide substantial evidence in the record supporting if the city made a decision to disapprove. And then it goes on to list a number of things to refute the HRE that's been done and the DPR forms and all that stuff to say that they weren't adequate. But I checked our municipal code, and the historic preservation ordinance only says that council shall by motion disapprove the proposal in its entirety. And the ordinance specifies nothing about the need for any findings or any further detail to support such a disapproval. And please, again, do not interpret my question to mean anything, but it is a valid question. And so where do the requirements that you state in the Q&A come from? And how can they be required if they're not actually in our historic preservation ordinance code?
I would need to go back and look at the code again.
And it may be that our city attorney can speak to that.
Potentially.
I mean, I looked at the code and it only says that one part that I sort of read.
Well, I could chime in to say that if we're going to deny this historic designation, we would need evidence that it's not historic, some sort of substantial evidence that is actually before you tonight that says that refutes all the findings that the staff has already made. And at this point, we don't have any reports like that. So, you know, when you want to deny something, you need to make findings. And I'm always saying, and then when you want to approve something, that you need to make findings. And so I think that's where staff is coming from, is we would need to have some sort of findings about it. It clearly isn't historic. It is not a landmark. It doesn't have the landmark characteristics or something. And then why I'm talking right now is you brought up some stuff about the building codes. There is an option for this building to be able to use the historic building codes. It does grant some relief for certain building codes, but it would still have to meet basic health and safety. So anyway, but I think I addressed your issue about we would need evidence. So you're going to need findings and evidence to state that it's a landmark or it's historic. And if you're going to deny the historic designation, you would need some facts and evidence to support it. Instead of saying, I don't believe it's historic, you would need some other findings to override what's in the staff report.
The ordinance doesn't specifically say that, but it makes sense that that would be required. Okay, that's all my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you. And that's a great segue to my first question, because I also had the question of what happens if City Council tonight disagrees with the Historical Commission's recommendation. And Ms. Houston, what I'm trying to understand is, until council acts tonight, it actually doesn't receive this historic designation. And so we are actually figuring out, looking at all the elements, whether or not it constitutes a historical landmark. And so I'm hearing two things. It's either we're making that determination, or what it sounds like you're saying is that determination has already been made. And so if we disagree with that determination, then we have to make these findings. So is the authority to make that determination with the Historical Commission?
No, the Historic Commission just recommended it. It is not of my understanding of how it comes to council. So if the council tonight needs more information and more questions about the historic nature of this, and you have questions, we could continue this and come back and answer those questions. So you would be able to have more evidence in the record to make whatever determination you were going to make. So that is an option. But the Historic Commission it's only a recommendation to the council. At least that's so.
No, thanks for confirming that, Ms. Houston. That's my understanding as well. And again, very similar to the vice mayor. You know, in no way do my questions indicate what I'm inclined to support tonight. But I think not only with this property, I'm thinking about potentially other properties in Los Altos to make sure we really understand how this process works and who has the authority to designate or make findings. Mr. Gallegos, on the determination of integrity factor, so I think the age is clear, that's easy to determine. But on the determination of integrity factor, can you walk us through how that process works? And is there a cost associated with it? So for example, I think in the staff report, it said the commission did the investigation and evaluation. And I'm curious, what's really involved in that process?
So we have Mike Garavaglia from Garavaglia Architecture, the project historian, here with us tonight. He'd probably be best to answer that particular technical question.
Mr. Gallegos, do you think the council would benefit from having the, let me ask my colleagues, does the applicant wish to make a presentation or comments before we go further in asking questions, which then would allow council to ask questions, both of you and of the applicant?
Yes, that the applicants are here tonight and available to provide. It's probably less of a discussion of a presentation, more of a discussion of their building and what they're requesting.
Okay, so let me ask my colleagues, do you have other questions of staff, knowing that we are going to have a presentation or some comments by the applicant, an opportunity to ask them questions as well?
So Mayor, I do have, in addition to the question that's still pending, I have 2 more questions, but I am okay holding my questions. I actually always prefer hearing from the staff and applicant first. I didn't realize the applicant had a presentation as well, so I am fine waiting until we have the full presentation from staff and the applicant.
Commissioner Fleiger, the historian is a city's technical expert. He was hired by the city, and they could answer that question as part of my presentation if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Is
And
that,
I'm referring to the mayor on whether or not she wants the applicant. I'm fine, whichever you prefer, Mayor.
I think answers from the firm that did the inventory, the assessment, would be appropriate at this time because they are technically part of the city operations of their staff. So who is?
I agree. They can answer for staff. I agree.
Mr. Garavaglia.
I know, I'm looking for him right now.
I see him. He popped up. He put his video on. Thank you. Can you answer Councilmember Fleiger's question, please? Whoop, we don't have audio from you. We have video, but not audio. Nope. No, we still don't have audio from you, sir.
Mike, I provided you the phone number if you would like to call in on the phone number, and maybe we can return. Sorry.
I can also return him as an attendee and we can try it that way, at least his audio. Should we try that?
Sure. Let's see if that works first. If not, we'll get him to call in. So the city clerk is going to move you from a panelist to an attendee to see if that helps. And is he there? There he is.
Waiting for him to reappear. Let's find him.
I see him in the attendees.
Okay, let's see if we can hear him now. It appears not. He's unmuted from my end.
Okay, then I think he's going to need to call in. So city clerk, can you assist him with that? And let's go on with other questions for immediate city staff. And we'll come back. Councilmember Flagger, did you have something else that Mr. Gallegos could answer?
So I don't know if this is a question for Mr. Gallegos or the consultant, but I'll go ahead and ask it. So going back to the Vice Mayor's question about the landmark designation, I have a two-part question. One is, can you please go over the elements that need to be met for something to constitute a historic landmark? And then the second part of the question is, if this or another property is designated a historic landmark, what does that mean if 100 years from now, for example, we want to make changes to the structure? What are the limitations there? Because this is potential. I have to think for the city, in the interest of the city, 100 years from now, how to protect our legal interests if we do something that could actually hurt us in 100 years. So I want to understand if a structure receives this historic landmark designation, and you're saying this means it has to comply with the Secretary of State requirements for modifications. What does that really mean? Are these things that a city could meet 100 years from now if we're forced to?
So on the first part, any property, whether it's a resource or a landmark, a designation that a property is pursuing, again, has to meet the three primary elements, which are age, integrity or significance. And integrity is looking at design and setting, materials and workmanship and feeling. Design is broadly about the architecture of the structure, and it's evaluating the overall architecture and its consistency with that particular style of architecture. The setting is looking at the original setting of the site, its original historic setting of the site, and how it was placed on the site, and also how it existed at the site previously. And so previously it was more of a rural setting. It was not as much of an urban setting as it is today. And then materials are looking at the overall materials, all of the materials, including siding, windows, doors, any other architectural features that may be retained over time. And then workmanship, which is probably less of an issue on this building since it is a much more simple design. We are looking for the level of workmanship that existed for this type of architectural design and whether overall it's been retained. And then feeling is more of does this building still evoke that time period? Does it evoke the sense of feeling to that particular architectural style? And in regards to significance, you can have all of these integrity elements, but you have to have significance. You can have integrity of design and setting, materials, workmanship, and all of those. But if you don't qualify under historic significance, you don't have a historic property. So when you're doing an HRE, you're going to be evaluating events. And so the project historian is going to be evaluating potentially a chain of title, going through the entire history of ownership for the property, evaluating each previous owner of the property and all of the historical records tied to that person, which has been a party, the American Legion Hall. They look at persons or people. So there were some discussions of individuals of interest within the report in the founding of American Legion Hall, but they were not found to be of local importance or state or national. And then architectural design is looking at the overall design of the structure. Now, when it comes to architecture, many times I think there's confusion that if a building is over 50 years old and it's a beautiful building, that it should be preserved and qualify. But the intention behind significance of architecture is looking at the best representation of those particular architectural styles in order to qualify for architecture and design. That is partly why it didn't qualify for architecture and design as one of the historical significance. It's tied to event. The historic designation for this property is tied to a series of events that have occurred that resulted in the incorporation of the city. And so then when we're looking at a landmark status, there's an additional layer that's required. So you can meet integrity and significance and age. You have to have another element that ties it much more strongly to the community than merely its presence in the city. And that has to either be an architectural or aesthetic or cultural tie to the community, to the heritage and history of the city, which is more uncommon. And that's why we have a smaller landmark list than we do a resource list. And so in this particular case, it's tied to the culture and to the history and the heritage of Los Altos because of its relationship to the founding of the city, as being the site where they organized. And so that is more about landmarks, about the elements of designating a landmark. In regards to what does it mean? So the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation is intended to allow for buildings to adapt to changing society over time. It allows for expansions of buildings. It allows for additions to a building, as long as the central elements and forms and features are retained. And that's something the historian could talk about. So the gable form along the front of the building, the primary entry face, the material, the exterior siding material and the windows, those could be preserved and we can see a substantial addition off of the structure. It's very common in Los Altos to have substantial additions to historic properties because Secretary of the Interior standards are intended to not lock a structure into a period of time and make it static. It's intended to transition over time to accommodate the changing needs of society. And that's the benefit of going through rehabilitation versus restoration, which I think was raised, because restoration can lock a building into time. And if that could be an objective for restoration, but that's, I think, not the goal for the applicant. I think, so there is tremendous flexibility over time. If there was some point in 100 years that the city or even American Legion Hall wanted to demolish the structure, they could go through another HRE, historic resource evaluation. And, again, it would still probably qualify as historic because it's not tied to the architecture. It's not tied to the building. It's tied to the event that happened in the building. The city can go through a process of an environmental impact report analysis through CEQA to evaluate. And in the end, it does not preempt the city from demolishing a building. They would have to do a statement of overriding consideration in order to support a determination to demolish that structure. But neither our historical regulations or CEQA preempts your ability to demolish. It does require detailed analysis and determinations regarding the potential impact of a significant effect of a demolition of a historic property. And that'll be a public process for the council if that was to happen in the future.
Very helpful, Mr. Gallegos. Very, very helpful. Thank you. And thanks for the correction on the Secretary of Interior. And so what's the cost associated with this kind of investigation and evaluation that needs to happen?
What type of evaluation of the building's
condition? The determination of integrity and all these different steps that we need to determine in order to do the designation, or is it all done internally by staff? So there's no additional cost.
So it's So the historic resource evaluation that was attached to the staff report is the evaluation that was done by a historian. They meet the National Park Service standards, which is consistent with our certified local government status. So we do have the HRE that was prepared by Mike Garavaglia's firm. And then we also have the DPR forms, which is really just transferring that into a template form that the state would like. But those reports have been done already, and they're attached to your staff report today.
But do you have an estimate of how much it costs to put those reports together? And if you don't, it's okay. I'm just curious for one.
I believe it was about $4,500. I believe that was our cost. As you're aware, this was paid for by the city of Los Altos.
Okay, thank you so much.
Are there other questions for staff? Okay. Do we think we have Mr. Garavaglia available to us, City Clerk?
Well, I have promoted him once again. He's rejoined and promoted him as a panelist. So if he'd like to try to turn on his video and speak, we can see.
We have your video.
But we do not have an audio.
He's going to call in so we
Okay.
can see him, and then he's going to talk. Yes, you're going to have to call in because we still don't hear you.
I believe he's already called in. Yes. He might be listed as an attendee at this point.
Okay.
I don't know if we have the last 4 digits of his phone number.
That's what I need.
Maybe last digit, and then we can pick, or he can write it down and put it up to the screen.
Right. Or
Okay, let's see.
9062.
I see it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. All right.
Hooray.
I apologize for that. I don't know what, I've never had this problem before, but anyway. Sean, you did an excellent job of presenting the facts about the process. I don't need to say any more about it. The report is complete, and the finding is very concise and very overt. It wasn't, it's not what we call possibly a reach. It's very clear that the building was used in the founding of and the formation of the city. This is an important building for the city of Los Altos in that regard, and that association makes it pretty, one of the most important buildings as it relates to the founding of the city. It may be the most important building regarding the founding of the city and the kinds of discussions and meetings that went on there, and then the continued use of the building at the early stages as a meeting hall. So I think that there's definitely a basis and rationale for the work. It's a modest building. Granted, it's not a great work of architecture, but that's okay. I mean, that's part of how inclusive the historic designation process is. We want to tell all history, and it comes in all forms. So I think that's it's an honor for the council to designate this as a landmark. It won't really, except for the local ordinance issues, there really is no extra burden. The building is eligible for listing, thus it's already under CEQA control or CEQA evaluation, as Sean has suggested. And the use of the standards for rehabilitation, again, as discussed, is a very common sense approach to repairing and upgrading a building like this. There's a lot of documentation that can be used to help improve the integrity, i.e. like removing the stucco off the front wall will almost undoubtedly expose the original siding. That can be repaired. So there's good game plans and simple game plans that can move forward. As noting on the building code, does not engage a building until there's significant changes that would trigger upgrades. There's the building complies with the current code. There may or may not be a potential safety hazard with the chimney, which is a small issue, but buildings that are not going through any major work did not have to comply with the code as of right. So that's just an important characteristic. As work goes forward, that would comply with the code. The historical building code, in fact, is the best code to use. The building already has good accessibility. That's one thing that may be looked at. But overall, I think that it is a true honor for the landmarking of this building, and modest as it is, I think it's very important to the city's history. Happy to answer any of the questions or clarify again. Sorry for the problem getting on.
That's okay. Councilmember Flagger, does that answer your questions?
It did, and so did Mr. Gallegos.
Okay. Does anyone else have questions for staff? I know I saw Mr. Newman. I assume, is it Mr. Newman who would like to comment for the applicant, Mr. Gallegos?
Yes, Mr. Newman would be one of the speakers. Let me see.
Mr. Galava, you don't leave, please. We want to keep you around.
And Cindy Newman or William Bassett.
Okay, so traditionally we would limit those comments to 10 minutes. However, the three of you would like to divvy that up if all of you want to speak.
Can you raise your hand?
I cannot start my video, but I'm ready. This is Ken Newman.
Let me see if I can help you.
We could hear you, Mr. Newman, so go ahead.
All right, thank you. My name is Ken Newman. And good evening, Mayor Ander and members of the City Council. I'm a member of the American Legion Post in Los Altos and currently serve as the finance officer. In fact, I'm a third generation member and past commander of the post. My grandfather, Herman Newman, came to Los Altos back in 1941 with my grandmother and lived on Bailey Ave, which has since been renamed Paco Drive. He served as the post commander in 1945. My father, Bill Newman, was a World War II veteran, moved to Los Altos from Amarillo with my mother, myself, and my sisters in 1956. We occupied the Sears and Roebuck's catalog house next to my grandparents' house. Was still there today. They might want to consider that as a historical resource. My father was post commander in 1960. I served in the Air Force from 1974 to 1980 and was post commander from 1999 to 2002. While I did not qualify for post membership until my discharge in 1980, I've been in and around at Legion Hall for the last 66 years. I have fond memories of life at the hall, including helping my father sell fireworks at the stand in front of the building, helping the auxiliary rummage sales, helping to clean up after the annual Los Altos garbage to Pino feeds, and helping out at the annual crab feed my parents started in 1969 and which continues to this day. I want to thank the Gravalia Architecture for their work on this project and for the inclusions of many of the highlights of the early years. The American Legion Hall has continued to serve the community of Los Altos and veterans for 82 years. And I would like to mention a few of the activities that started long ago and that are still here today, but I do want to mention a couple of things in the report. One, there's a mention of the mailbox in front of the building, which is in fact a repository for frayed and worn out American flags, which residents continue to bring flags by to the Legion Hall. The second was the cupboards that are alongside the, I guess it would be the west wall mentioned about, I think it's the west wall on the Whitney Street side. Those were installed approximately 10, 15 years ago. They're all Eagle Scout projects and they contain disaster relief supplies, generators, food, water, first aid equipment, and the like. And I think I'm going to jump to one of the important reasons for us wanting to have this landmark status as far as the ability to raise funding is to, as you mentioned, improve the integrity of the building. One of which is to put a roof on the building, which is it's gonna require a substantial amount of money. And the report also includes a mention of a city permitted project back in the, I think it was the late 90s after the Loma Prieta earthquake, and the cables that are running on the insides of the buildings for stability, which were installed with a city permit back then. We're in the process of remodeling the back, what was mentioned as a club room in the report. That is going through a city permit at this time. So I think we are going to have the, you will have the ability to have city inspectors on site. They're going to be doing inspections of that part of the permit process. We also submitted plans about 5 years ago for the improvement of the roof structure and to have the new roof put on. All that's going to be inspected. Those plans were reviewed by the city back then, and we will be adding ADA accessible restrooms and that sort of thing. So I think we will be having the maintenance and upkeep and just making sure that the building is right and habitable. If I need to share my time, I think I should probably turn it over to Bill Bassett.
City Clerk, can you let Mr. Bassett know how much time there still is?
Yes, there is. About 5 minutes left.
Great.
I paused it.
Thank you. And Mr. Bassett, if you, unmute yourself and go ahead. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm not sure I'm visual, but that's okay. So I just have a few comments. I'm the commander of the post presently, and this post has deep roots in the creation of our city. It's quite possible that if we didn't have a hall like the Legion Hall back in the late 40s and 50s, we wouldn't have a city. All our founders met there. In fact, we have pictures of Senator Cranston in some of the organizational meetings that took place in that hall regarding the creation of our city. That building was built in the 30s by World War II veterans, way before we were ever incorporated. And then it was the club room, that's the back part of the building, was put in by World War II veterans after World War II. There are pictures of veterans putting the siding on the building and working on the building. And ever since that club room, the hall has been there, our city occupants, our citizens have used that building. Presently, about 4 to 5 days a week, there are groups that use that building for Zumba lessons, for dog training, for bar mitzvahs, for weddings. It's a very active place that our community participates in. And we, as American Legion veterans, feel that we're part of the community, and we are so proud that that hallway has contributed to the creation of our city and continues to serve our senior citizens. The last comment I have, and I made the same comment when this was in front of the Historical Commission, just so happened about 5-6 weeks ago, I happened to be in front of the building on a Saturday, and I was cleaning up the yard and getting rid of the weeds. And you know, First Street is an unusual street. So I was out there, and as I'm out there working, a young woman stopped by, and we had the sign about being applying for historic designation on the front by the sidewalk. And the lady stopped, read that sign, and said, "Gee, I walked here from San Antonio, and all I saw were new 4-story buildings And then I saw signs about other 4-story buildings going up and several 4-story buildings being constructed. And thank goodness we're finally going to preserve something. I felt very good about that. And it wasn't 10 minutes later that another person came down from San Antonio and told me the very same thing. So we are really pleased that we can add some historic significance to the city and be part of our legacy to the city forever. We want to preserve ourselves forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bassett and Mr. Newman. Councilmember Weinberg, did you have questions for the applicant? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Gallegos, for the presentation, and Mr. Newman and Mr. Bassett. Thank you very much for your comments as well. I have 2 questions for you. Both of you have talked about the longevity, not just the importance, but the longevity of the American Legion in our community and how it still is a part of our community. So I'm curious why now is the time that the Legion wanted to move forward with an historic designation. What has changed now as opposed to the opportunities that you've had in the past? And my second question is, what is your understanding of both the benefits and the burdens that historic landmark designation would mean, not just for the hall, but for your organization as a whole?
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Bassett, go ahead.
Well, my understanding, this is kind of, it's unique. About 35 years ago, 30 years ago, we were approached by the city council asking if we would be and apply for historic designation. I was not involved in the Legion at that time, and whatever, our membership was not interested. So that just went by us. And so now we feel that our roots are so deep that that was an opportunity that was missed by everyone, and we regret that. And we should have back then accepted the city's outreach to us, but it didn't happen. But as I say, I was not involved in the American Legion at that time.
If I can interject, maybe Mr. Gallegos remembers too. I recall there being discussion several years ago, about the Legion, and that's when there was, as I recall, there was a council decision to fund the preparation of the study because it was felt that I guess there was some concern about whether there was the funds to do so. Anyway, Mr. Gallegos, can you help me out? I don't think this is brand new to right now. I think this actually goes back several years.
Yes, correct. So I believe this is from 2019. Mr. Bassett, I believe, and American Legion had approached the planning division about trying to find funding for the historic resource evaluation. This planning division didn't have the funding, and so then the American Legion Hall, Mr. Bassett went to City Council and requested that council provide funding. Chris Jordan at the time as city manager, based on direction from council, provided funding so that we could move forward on the designation, on the evaluation process. And due to them speaking directly to council and to Chris Jordan, we received the funding, and then we pursue the HRE analysis. It was delayed due to COVID. A lot of the analysis sites were closed. So this is why we're here today.
Okay.
Could I respond to that question?
Sure, Mr. Newman, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, back, I think similar to Bill, I wasn't real involved back when they originally decided not to approach or not to apply for historical status. And I think part of it had to do with potential restrictions, maybe on any building modifications. And I think our philosophy has changed a lot since then. The other thing that's been going on is we were approached by Ann Heppenstall some months ago. I mentioned all the disaster preparedness supplies we have on the side of the building, and we were approached by Ann as being one of the emergency evacuation points in the city. We would be in essentially the downtown triangle zone as an evacuation center, or at least a temporary site, where we could provide comfort and care and food and drink and water, while a disaster is being sorted out. And that is one reason why we want to get the status, be able to apply for the grant funds in order to, make sure the building itself has the integrity and that we can provide all these potential services in the event of a disaster or emergency evacuation.
Thank you. Mr. Bassett, could you answer the other part of Councilmember Weidenberg's question regarding the burdens as you understand it, and restrictions, and how that plays into your organization?
I can add some information. This application was first discussed with the City Council informally about 4 years ago. And at that time, members of my organization, including Mr. Newman and I, and a couple others, went in front of the council and we presented documents that we thought were sufficient to at least create this application. And we learned that it needed a little more professional assistance. And that's when the city stepped up and went ahead and got paid for the investigation. Let me add something else. And this is something that we have dealt with by fending it off, essentially. Everybody around us, on either side of us and behind us, wants to buy us and build something. We don't want money. That doesn't interest us at all. We want preservation. And it scares us when everybody around us wants to gobble us up. And for the city, I think that should scare us too. That building belongs to us and should not be torn down for any reason. It's us, and we want to preserve it.
Mr. Weinberg, do you want to follow up? Do you want with your question? Okay. Anyone else? All right. Then we'll open this for public comment. City Clerk, can we check in and see if we have any attendees who would like to comment on this item?
Sure. At the moment, I have no hands raised.
Okay. Give them a few seconds in case there's someone out there that we surprised.
Okay, oh, I do have a hand.
Okay, looks like we have one person. Would you please give this person 3 minutes?
Sure. And this person's name is Chris.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you so much for allowing me the few minutes to be able to just share some feelings about the American Legion Hall. I do support this as a designation for a historical site. The land and the building were donated by a veteran, and as was stated earlier, was constructed by veterans. It was established to honor and provide a home for all the service persons who served for our country. So its use is as a gathering place for more than just the veterans. It is a gathering place for other organizations. And my last statement just being is, let's not erase more of our history. We need to have something there that shows who we were as well as who we are. So that's what I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't see any other comments. I'll bring it back to council. I see Councilmember Lee Eng has her hand raised.
Mayor, some people might be calling on their cell phone and they can't raise their hand. Is there a way for us to check before? Oh, Mr. Gallegos.
I believe Cindy Newman with Post 558, she was waving her hand. She wanted to speak if it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Newman.
Thank you. Very quickly. I'm Cindy Newman, wife of the finance officer, Ken Newman. I'm also an American Legion auxiliary member, and our motto is service, not self. I wanted to tell you that in my working with the veterans at this hall, we're not only just serving 80 and 90-year-old veterans, we're serving currently serving troops that come to the meetings and participate. We do like a crab feed just to get veterans out of their house to come and socialize, whether they are 27 years old or 97 years old. Lastly, we've been very involved with the Neighborhood Emergency Network planning. And I'm not going to repeat anything that my husband said, but it's the community knows where this is. Their kids have gone to ballet classes and martial arts classes for decades at this facility. We're hoping to be a care and comfort, and we're preparing supplies and sort of a triage method of bringing in care and comfort so that we don't have lines of people waiting for information and referral during a disaster. Move them in, move them out. These veterans understand deployment, they understand preparedness, and it's a good thing for the community. And the community's been here a long time. I tell you, we were approached by developers, and I've been at those meetings taking notes, and every single one of those veterans were against development because they are literally still serving. And this was built with veterans' blood. So I'll stop there. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Liang.
Thank you, Mayor. Everything I heard tonight really demonstrates how important this landmark status would mean for our city. And I was on the council when the post 558 approached us to try to seek landmark status. And for us, we were all unanimous about it seeking historical landmark status. So with that said, I appreciate you sticking this through, Mr. Newman and Mr. Bassett and all the members of the American Legion. Thank you so much for all you do for the community. And that said, I would like to make a motion that we designate the American Legion Hall at 347 First Street a historic landmark.
And so that would mean adopting the resolution and making findings that the designation is categorically exempt from CEQA and that it becomes a historic landmark pursuant to Los Altos Muni Code section 12.44.070.
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to second the motion, and I would like to say for the record, first, thanks staff, thank Mr. Gallegos and the rest of the team for putting together a comprehensive report and really having all the answers that we needed tonight to make a decision. I also want to thank Mr. Newman, Mrs. Newman, Mr. Bassett, and everybody else who continues to serve our community and for all that you do. A couple of things I want to point out is the fact that Mr. Gallegos and also our consultant made clear that this is not a reach. This is not a structure where they had to, look at it 10 times to determine whether or not it constituted a historic landmark. And to me, that is compelling. And based on the information and testimony we heard tonight, that's also compelling in justifying why this particular structure should get the designation. And so with that, I do second the motion.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Meadows? Vice Mayor?
Sorry, amateur error there. So first of all, I also want to repeat the thank you for your service for the veterans, the members of the Legion. Coincidentally, and I don't even know if you know this, the national commander of the American Legion was presenting to the Committee on Veterans Affairs today. If you need the link, reach out to me. I didn't hear his presentation, but I heard some of the other veteran service organizations' presentation. and it's a long story. You can give me a tour of the building and we can share notes. But I do want to make a couple of comments. So the case has been made based on the part of Los Altos history that this structure and that the Legion has played. There's no question about that. But the structure itself, and I understand the minimal traditional style is not the most ornate example of architectural work, but I actually, when years ago, I didn't know what the building was, I wondered what it was. It's not the most appealing looking building. And in fact, when we look at the analysis that was provided, it's lacking in integrity of setting and integrity of material. So what I'm hoping that you will say is that you're interested, and those are things that actually you can restore. The integrity of the place in our history is undeniable, but we can't see that when we look at the building. So I'm hoping that you will then, if this landmark status is granted tonight, that you will restore some of the original materials. You will get rid of some of that concrete. You will make it look, and in fact, as you seem to be aware, you're going to be surrounded by tall buildings. If you get rid of the concrete and restore some of that setting, restore some of the elements, get rid of the aluminum doors and work on it. And I know that you know some of the people that I do in the Veterans Committee and Rotary who would also be willing to roll up their sleeves and donate. I think that this building should be more than just a place in history that's not visible by looking at it. I would like to see this restored so it does have integrity of setting and integrity of materials, because right now it's, not the most attractive place. That doesn't negate anything else, but I think that if we want it to really be an asset to our town as it changes, as it's going to along First Street, make that just stand out for the value of the history that it provides to the city. So that would be my comments. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else? Then I'll just add that I can only agree with the comments of my colleagues. I will be thrilled to support this, thrilled that the prior council took the decision to provide the funds. And although that was a fairly de minimis price for getting that report compared to what I know has cost to get some other reports, I think that is due in large part to the contributions of Mr. Newman, Mr. Bassett, and others who have kept the history of this building and the post over the course of the years. And I'm like to think that that helped make the job a little bit easier. And I look forward to the new design and work that you want to do on the building and the fundraising I know it's going to take. And I appreciate Vice Mayor Meadows implicitly offering up some of the people from Rotary, hopefully not just with elbow grease, but with dollars to make that happen. And I will be thrilled to help participate in that effort as well. So with that, City Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Sure. Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
Mayor Enander,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Mr. Newman, Mr. Carvalho, and Mr. Bassett, Ms. Newman, and all of the others who participate at the post. And I'm sure that those who are involved in activities that are held at the post that don't seem to be directly involved with serving veterans, some of the other activities that were enumerated earlier, that the people who enjoyed this building over the years will continue to enjoy all of the various services and events that are held there. So Have a good evening
Thank you.
and
Thank you
congratulations.
very much. Thanks for the comments.
Thank you.
Next up, based on our change in order of the agenda, is the police facility study session follow-up. And given that it is 8:30, we'll see how far we get by 9. We'll leave that to the subcommittee.
Thank you, Mayor. I will actually be starting the presentation and then turning it over to the subcommittee. And this is a very brief presentation as this topic simply returning for affirmation from the council. One of the things, it's only 7 slides long, but one of the things that struck me is how we've moved from the initial founding of police facility subcommittee to when the recommendation came in, it was for a ballot measure for public facilities, including the police department, but also fire and potentially other parks and library. What we think we heard at the February 22nd study session where these were kind of the 4 policy questions that need to be answered. And these, of course, as we have further conversations, will be updated and refined as well. So this is where we're hoping to get to, but not this evening. As we got into the discussion on the 22nd, we received 5 points of direction from the City Council, and this is what we want to focus on tonight. At the study session, we were asked to work with Stiefel on an updated calendar. Staff provided that in the staff report. We were asked to complete an analysis on sales tax specifically. That was attached and provided in the Q&A. And to provide information on revenue sources as they relate to other provisions. This was the conversation around potential carve-outs for certain demographics, or whether a revenue measure could be continued indefinitely or it needed to be sunset. And we have this information too, but we think it's really, as council pointed out at the study session, probably more appropriate to be discussed as part of the policy discussions. So the 2 items that we need affirmation or direction on to continue the work of the subcommittee is 1, to engage with the polling company. We heard that from council on the 22nd that we needed to get more and better data before we could move forward and answer the policy questions. And 2, the request was to allow the subcommittee to formally continue their work and refine the approach and bring that direction or get direction from council as we bring data back. We included this in the Q&A as well, but this is the expected estimated cost for this fiscal year. You'll notice it excludes putting a measure on the ballot itself. That would be the next fiscal year. And what we're recommending tonight is council approve up to $200,000 from the city's general fund to explore qualifying a revenue measure for a future election, and to allow the subcommittee to continue their work, report back regularly, and then we'll start working on some of those policy questions that we had identified as the data comes back. So with that recap, I wanted to turn it over to the subcommittee, and then staff, the subcommittee, and the Stiefel team are all here to answer questions if they arise.
Thank you so much, Mr. England. So, which of you wants to lead? Mr. Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, City Manager, for that presentation. So we have all had a couple of weeks to mull over our study session, and we all know where we are. I don't think that there's any dispute that the police station is in desperate need of replacement. We're not just at a point with the police station where it's inadequate, but I think we're rapidly getting to the point where the building itself is a danger. It's a danger to the people who are working there, and thereby it's a danger to the community. The majority of our officers now seem to be working on portables. So there is an urgency here. Unfortunately, it does not look like we're going to be able to raise the revenue necessary to build a new police facility, let alone do any other improvements, such as install new roofs on our fire stations with the sales tax. And I know that city staff will have some hard numbers for us. I believe that the folks at Stifel will also have numbers for us. But it just does not seem like a viable option. So the subcommittee did meet with staff during the break since we had the study session. We've gone over some numbers. At this point, the subcommittee believes that it is possible for the council to move forward with a ballot measure in November, but probably not for any sort of a property tax, whether it's a parcel tax or a general obligation bond. However, we might be able to move forward with some form of a UUT. What the subcommittee is recommending to the council is that the staff be authorized to move forward with hiring a political consultant who will thereafter immediately begin polling to see whether or not the community would support a UUT in the fall. And if not, or if it would be preferential to the community, to move forward with a general obligation bond or a parcel tax in a future election. But the time really has come for this council to make a decision. If we're going to preserve the possibility of going to the public with a UUT this year, then staff needs to retain the consultant and the polling company yesterday. I mean, we're that close. So that's the recommendation of the subcommittee. We request that the council approve $200,000 to be spent as a city manager, put on the screen. And let's keep in mind that this is not money that is lost if we determine that it is not wise to go forward with any kind of a measure this year. This is money that will be used to build the foundation of whatever type of measure the council decides to move forward with in the future, whether it's November of this year or whether it's an election in 2023 or 2024. But time is of the essence. We need a new police station. Money is getting more and more expensive to borrow. Hopefully the strains on the world economy and the national economy will be relieved a little bit so that the cost of borrowing isn't quite so expensive as we've seen it go over the past several weeks. But the time is now, we think, for the council to make the decision to move forward with retaining the professionals that we need to get the information we need as to what really is specifically the best course of action to follow.
Vice Mayor, was there anything you wanted to add to that?
No, that was very thorough. Again, you wouldn't be approving tonight any specific decision beyond the funding needed to bring more answers back and to do the polling as Councilmember Weinberg said. So I don't need to repeat anything more than that.
Okay. Do any of my other two colleagues have questions for the staff or the subcommittee? Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think during the study session, I'm concerned about moving forward on the 200,000 right away, or moving forward with the ask right now, because I think my question is, why is staff against hiring a polling company first? And why do you think just the poll first is not good enough? Because I think what happened with Measure A, that was very helpful in determining what to do.
Councilmember Liang, I'm going to let John Kim from Stifel weigh in, but I will say in general, the request is to do that, to engage with the pollster and bring that information back, approving the up to 200,000 so we can move through the process as it's necessary. And Mr. Kim, would you like to add anything to that?
Thank you, Mr. England. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is John Kim, Managing Director at Stifel. And as Mr. England mentioned, the budget that has been outlined in the staff report, as well as the Q&A provided to you and the public, outlines primarily costs related to putting together the community survey and poll. There are many considerations to take into account when putting together such a poll, and we would recommend availing the experience as well as the expertise of a consulting firm that has experience carrying out successful campaigns and information programs for other ballot measures that we've seen in Northern California and throughout the state. And so aside from having a polling company help design the poll, there needs to be considerations taken into the timing, the nature of the questions that are asked, the amount of the funds that are requested, the type of mechanism used to collect the tax, and other insight that will be very helpful to crafting the most insightful poll in the shortest amount of time possible to meet the requirements of this assignment. And so for that reason, a campaign consultant is recommended. Most all of the measures that we have worked with have retained such expertise, as well as a polling consultant, and then the legal expertise from a bond counsel firm and a municipal advisory firm, which we believe will provide the best information to the council and to the public on what the support levels could be in the future for a potential measure.
So why would we need a bond counsel if we've decided that pursuing a general obligation bond or parcel tax is not the way to go? And based on the report given, you know, that's kind of like out for this year. So why would you need all of those individuals when the two things you probably would need would be the consultant and the polling company, which is about 115,000, 85,000 for the consultant, 35,000 for the polling company. Why do you need such excess as we take steps to move forward?
Mm-hmm. It's a very good question, Councilmember Liang. I think with respect to having an external law firm, such as a bond counsel firm, such as Stradling, that is done literally hundreds of geo bond elections, as well as parcel tax measures on behalf of school districts and other government entities within the state, as well as assisting municipal clients across the state on their sales tax, UUT measures and the like. We believe that having that legal expertise will help the council and the community assess how to craft the language and the potential ballot information that will be required to be provided under the laws to the public when talking about these types of measures. And we also believe that for some of the questions that the council that came out of the study session related to potential exemptions and other technical questions related to those items can also be best served by having an attorney that's expert in that area provide their feedback.
Okay, did you want to answer, Vice Mayor?
If I may, I just wanted to add that the efficient way and the best way to get relative information comparing the options is to test all the options at the same time. And with all the data that the consultants and the language that they'll develop and the finances that they'll develop, testing it all at the same time is the efficient way to do it. Because if we find out we test one thing and that fails, well, then we have no information about anything else. So the point is to do it all at the same time with all the relevant data and to get the answers we need that will allow us to make informed decisions rather than coming up empty by testing one option. And then we're back at the starting point, and it will be more expensive if that happens.
I can understand where I would save my comments for later. I have one more question. So Mr. Kim, in all cases, regardless whether it's property tax, parcel tax, utility tax, or sales tax, does STIFO get paid the amount, by a certain amount, or do you get paid by percentage? Is this the same across all methods?
Yes, we would estimate an amount that is equal to the percentage we stated, 2.25%. That is not payable. It's all contingent on two things. Number one, that a successful ballot measure is crafted that is supported by the community, number one. And then number two, that a financing, including all of the things that are required to put that financing together, a credit rating, putting together the financing package, marketing the bonds to investors, and successfully selling those bonds at an interest rate that is acceptable to the city. That would be the second precondition before any kinds of fees would be paid to our firm in relation to those services.
Okay, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Flagger, you had some question?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. And let me start by thanking the subcommittee and staff for the questions they have presented today, because I do think they heard us loud and clear at the study session, and they've really zoomed in on, I think, the two questions that we need to address tonight. So I really just want to thank staff and the subcommittee. So I want to start out by better understanding this new recommendation to move to the utility tax, user tax. Only because at the last study session, I know the subcommittee was recommending the property or parcel tax path. And now I'm hearing the utility user tax path. And I can tell you there are definitely elements of that that I like, the 50% plus one to begin with, but I also want to better understand why we're moving to this option. And I see Mr. England came on, and I want to do a second follow-up so you could answer them together. As part of the polling, is the plan, and I know we don't have our polling consultant, but is part of that plan to say to our residents or voters, you know, would you support this tax over this tax versus just presenting one tax to them? Because I think that's what I've seen with other polling processes, but if you could address those two questions, that'd be great.
I think if it's okay with the subcommittee, I'd like to take one, and we'll let John Kim take two. So on the first one, the subcommittee made a two-part recommendation. It was to do a ballot measure for a property tax in this year's election. At the conclusion of the study session, we went out and got tons of feedback, and it said that both of those things probably can't happen. If it's going to be a property tax or a parcel tax, it probably has to happen next year. But if you wanted to move forward this year, you being the city council, you could look at a different revenue mechanism, which would be UUT, which we think we could preserve as a path forward this year. So we looked at it as, once we received the feedback from council and went out to test this with the kind of the community of experts, this is the advice that came back.
And you're absolutely right with respect to the polling. I think consistent with what Vice Mayor Meadows just mentioned, the intent is to measure support levels, not only for different types of priorities, but also different types of mechanisms, whether it be a GO bond, a UUT measure, a sales tax, and so forth. And then also looking at the levels of support in terms of the amounts as well.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. And a follow-up question for you. Well, two questions for you. So are we still thinking, or are we going to wait until we do the polling and get that data, that it would be a special tax or a general tax?
I think that would also be part of the conversation. I think there's various strategies and pros and cons to each. As we recall, you know, special tax being a specific designated use does have a higher voter approval threshold of 2/3, whereas a general tax that is not pre-designated for a particular use does have a simple majority +1 voting threshold. So I think all of those things are still under consideration, and certainly would be crafted as part of the overall feedback that we're asking from the community as part of it.
Okay, Mr. England, did you want to add something to that?
No, that answer was perfect.
Okay. And then, I know we're focused on this year, but my understanding from the last discussion is if we were to push this out by a year to 2023, we could only do a special tax in 2023. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then still on the polling piece, Mr. Kim, in your experience, what's the timeline for this type of polling that we would need to conduct and get sufficient information so that come May or June as a council, we have enough information to decide if it's a go or no go for this year?
Well, I think that the type of information that would be collected is very consistent with the type of the types of questions that these community polls typically ask. So there are a series of general questions about the respondent, as well as how they feel and their attitudes toward the city and the city and community's needs. And then it delves into further looking at what the priorities of that respondent, what they believe the priorities of that city are. And so all of those questions can be put together and tailored for Los Altos. But time is of the essence. I think that to get sufficient feedback through a community poll, be able to ask those questions and then also receive the information, analyze it, present it in a report, and discuss it in a public setting is going to take some time. So we do believe that working as soon as possible would give the city the best possible opportunity to consider a ballot measure for this fall.
So Mr. Kim, when you say some time, do you have a time estimate? Is it 6 weeks, 8 weeks?
I think on the faster side, we would be looking at putting together a survey and a poll that could potentially be put out into the field by the end of March, early April, and then providing those types of feedback and results by either late April or early May.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Lee Eng, did you have another question, a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Kim, if we were to want to move forward on doing polling data today, you stated that we could go out. Would the council have an opportunity to see the questions before it went out?
It's certainly within the purview of the council and staff to request any information it would need as part of the polling process. In our experience, typically, direction is given through the city manager and city staff on the types of priorities to review, taking into account, the public input. And then we would design the poll with the pollster and the campaign consultant, and then receive any kind of feedback through the normal channels city staff would typically receive from council.
Okay. Would our RFP process delay the timeline in which we got to get the polls out and get the response back?
Is there a specific question?
Because we have a the RFP process as far as getting the poster as well as the consultants, right? Or how does this work? Clarify this for me.
I think maybe Mr. England is better prepared to answer that one.
Councilmember Liang, we would engage a polling company through a professional services agreement. We would not go out to RFP the service.
Meaning we already know who we want to hire?
I think we know a few firms that we would like to talk with. I think the firm has to agree to work with us as well. And that will certainly be consideration, taking into account the limited amount of time we have to design, administer, and interpret a poll.
Okay, and then I guess we'll be answering the other questions as we move forward, right, Mayor? And then if we have
Yes,
further questions.
I would think so.
Okay, thank you. And then, okay, thank you, Mayor.
So I have three brief questions, I think. The first is to Mr. Kim. Do you believe that there is enough information already available for the polling firm to basically put together at least a rough poll?
Yes, we do believe there is enough information to begin putting together a draft poll that we could share with city staff.
Okay. And is it really, based on your experience, and I realize you're not a polling firm, but based on your vast experience doing this, is it feasible to poll for three options?
Yes.
Different tax type options. Okay.
Yes,
And
and
then
that's not.
finally, I'm sorry, go
That's
ahead.
not unusual.
Okay. And then finally, is there any particular benefit or negative to trying to hit this schedule that we're trying to hit right now to preserve the option of putting a UUT on the November 2022 ballot? Or is there some particular benefit or detriment to saying, okay, let's kind of take our time, not shoot for 2022?
I would say there certainly are benefits to looking at this fall, and that there, more time is always better, with any kind of public outreach campaign, certainly. But that being said, from the feedback that we've heard through the study session and from the public and the council, it seems like this project is one, among others, a priority for the community. And therefore, we know that time is of the essence, and with the cost of materials and with the potential rise in interest rates over time, certainly there is an urgency here that we're hearing that is suggesting going with deliberate speed toward a poll and getting that feedback to target a fall potential ballot measure would be advantageous to the city.
Okay.
Mayor, sorry, just to add to that as well. Next year, as Councilmember Flagger pointed out, we're limited in the types of measures we could put on a ballot. So determining if we wanted to move forward this year with a general tax, or if a general tax polls better, would be beneficial, even if we decide not to go forward this year.
Okay. Thank you very much. If there are no further questions for staff, let's take any public comment on this issue. So if you want to comment, please raise your hand. City Clerk, I see only one person.
That's correct. That's what I see too, Roberta.
Let's call on Roberta then. Roberta, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Roberta. Good evening. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I think that one thing that is not clear, and I read the report, is this just for the police station, or are you trying to include the fire department and other facilities? I think it would be really good if we had an answer for that, because I think we do definitely need a police station desperately. In relation to the fire department, there are other ways to go. Our contract with Santa Clara County Fire right now, they are responsible for the inside of the building, and they've done a really good job in keeping it up. The kitchen and the sleeping areas are all fine, and we are responsible for the outside of the building. But other cities that use Santa Clara Fire have a contract that includes the inside and the outside with Santa Clara County, and we could, when our contract comes up with them, and I don't know when, a year or 2 or 3, change our contract with them, and then they would have the burden of the finance that we've had over time. So it would be less of a one-time charge or utility charge. So there is another option of the way that we can go with Santa Clara Fire. So I would like to see it, number one, like Lisa said last time, I would like to see the polling done as soon as possible with as minimal other people that we need to hire. If we need to hire the $85,000 person, fine. But I wouldn't just jump in and do everything now if we can get away with doing 115, 20,000 versus 200,000. So I hope that somebody will answer the question, because you say it's general. So I don't think the public will vote for something unless it's very specific. It's just a warning to you guys, because, in general, I speak to a lot of people that are spending the money on, they're not going to be positive towards it. We're all going through financial, inflation is hitting all of us now. So I would like to see that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Roberta. I'd like to bring it back to council. Councilmember Flagger, Councilmember Lee Eng, do either of you want to make comments? Councilmember Flagger, go ahead, Councilmember Flagger.
I'll get us started. I think the 2 questions, the first one is whether or not we approve the budget allocation of not to exceed $200,000 to hire the necessary consultants and firms to conduct the polling. And to that question, I supported 100%. As I said at the last study session, I think that needs to be our priority. And to the extent we do not need to hire any of the other experts on that list, I definitely support delaying that if it's possible. And I get that you may need counsel on board sooner rather than later to be part of that polling process. But again, I support the ask of not to exceed $200,000 so we can move forward and quickly with the polling process. And I can't remember what the second question was, Mr. England.
It was to allow the subcommittee to continue their work and report back to council.
Yes, and so I support that as well. Just a couple points for the subcommittee and staff to consider. One, to Councilmember Lee Eng's question about the polling questions. I am not interested in reviewing the polling questions. I think that will delay the process, and I'm definitely not an expert in crafting or reviewing polling questions, but I do support including 2, and it sounds like we will, but I just want to say it for the record, giving our voters multiple options when it comes to the different types of taxes that they would be more receptive to and supportive of. And then also incorporating into the polling question the whole idea of would they support a police station versus, public facilities, including our fire station and or library. So we have that data and feedback from our residents on what they're willing to support. Because as I've said a couple of times, this will really be in their hands. This is not a decision where as policymakers we get to make where we figure out what's in the best interest of the community. This is directly in their hands. So we need to understand what they will support. Another consideration is, we're going through the housing element update process. And if we do, and that's why I'd asked about the timeline for the polling, because as we're seeing in other jurisdictions, many residents are not happy with their councils when they put out the potential sites, and we're just starting that process. And I would not want a situation where our residents, because they're not happy with council, they decide not to support this bond measure. And I just want to plant that seed as something for us to factor in the polling process and the questions we ask, because I know, as many of you do, that the housing element update process is top of mind for a lot of our residents. And you know, you have to think in the summer, fall, they may not everybody will be happy with maybe some of the decisions we make. Another consideration, and again, this would be post-polling data, but whether or not, you know, assuming, for example, the data shows that our residents, and we've heard from some of our public speakers, and they're right. I think one of the things we learned from the community center was a lot of our residents wanted to see what they were supporting, right? They wanted the design, they wanted details. And so something to consider, you know, if, for example, the polling data supports a police station, whether or not we spend this year working on the design for a police station, and we should have a new police chief on staff who I think would want to be part of that process, and then go out for a special tax in 2023 for a police station. And so I will stop there, Mayor. I think I covered everything, but I'm supportive of the two asks that they've brought before us this afternoon.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang.
Thank you. I know that the focusing on a UUT, I think it's important to think out of the box. I think that one of the ideas that is to either be creative and think of a combination of two mechanisms, a combination of a sales tax increase as well as a UUT tax. Utility taxes are already taxed 5.5%. So I just need to better understand what is going to be taxed, and so does the public. They need to understand what will be taxed and how much. So I do, because I want to make sure that we cover some creative options. I think it's important to see the question, to see how we are also framing things. I've seen surveys that have gone out in the past, and we've had missed opportunities that we probably identified. We weren't capturing the information that was needed, because it was just, how would I say? It wasn't a broad enough survey, and it was targeted or to get an answer that the survey wants. That's not what we want. We want to really engage the public and understand how we can all be successful, how we can. So I know that time is limited. I am concerned about the 200,000 because I feel that we can use the polling and the consultant first, but we don't need to engage everyone else before getting the data we need and proceeding forward. So I'm just making sure I'm covering all the points I have. So that said, I just don't want us to be locked into what is in the report. I want us to be creative, and I want to see the questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. So I've had the joy of working with a couple of polling companies, and what I learned from that is that the really good polling companies are the people you want to work with, and that when they understand what you want to do, their job is to get the information that allows us to make good decisions and to be successful in whatever that is. So my primary interest is in our getting the very, very best polling company we can get, and letting them work with the other experts on framing how the questions are asked and what the issues are. I understand, and I want to clarify because I think this is something maybe folks don't understand, that when we talk about bond counsel, we aren't talking about attorneys who only work on bond issues. We're talking about attorneys who are experts on all these various sorts of taxes. And so we say bond counsel, but they're just as competent on sales tax and UUT issues and other special tax as anything else. And for that reason, I support including them at the discretion and the involvement at the discretion of our lead group, which is Mr. Kim's group, who knows how to pull all of these pieces together. I have a similar concern as Councilmember Flagger expressed, both because of the potential sentiment in the community because of things going on in the community, such as the housing element, that might color the responses and color our ability to move forward. And I think we cannot ignore the international situation either, which I think we have to take into account as possibly having an influence. And that's one of the reasons that I asked whether we should, maybe slow down until that situation or other situations kind of got cleared up. But again, I think the polling company are the experts in knowing whether and when and how the timing of this matters. As long as we convey, which I would trust the subcommittee to do, to convey where those concerns are, especially with respect to the local matters that Councilmember Flagger articulated. Councilmember Weinberg, did you want to add something?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Fine, please go ahead.
Before I make it, I want to thank my colleagues' statements. I think that this has been a very useful and productive conversation. I also want to thank very much the city manager, the city attorney, and Director Furtado, who have spent a lot of time with the subcommittee to help us synthesize what the council said 2 weeks ago and come forward with what we think is a viable way toward getting the information we need to make the hard choices that we're going to have to make over the next several months. So with that, Madam Mayor, I move that the council adopt resolution number blank, which is included as attachment 1 to agenda item number 10 to the packet for today's meeting, entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos authoring the city manager to allocate park and lieu funds, although we now understand park and lieu funds should be general funds, in an amount not to exceed $200,000 for the appointment of a municipal advisor, ballot measure consultant, and a polling company, and amending the fiscal year 2022 operating budget, and that the council find that this measure is categorically exempt from CEQA.
Council member, would you please clarify that? For some packets and some of the documents people may have seen early on, it referenced that this would be money coming from park in lieu and that was in error, and that your motion and the revised information in our updated packet is that these funds would come from the general fund.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So the motion should be amended. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Liang?
So Mayor, I did have some concerns because I did want the opportunity for the questions to come to us or to see. I'd like to make sure that all creative opportunities were also considered and will be part of the questioning. And that is my concern.
We have to trust the subcommittee to deal with.
I would hope.
Sorry, go ahead.
I would like they consider combination UUT tax. So I think I would like to make sure that those are all captured in the questioning mechanism.
Mayor, if I may, and I think maybe Mr. England or Mr. Kim would like to address it, but I thought we already outlined last time that a combination approach will essentially doom us to failure, because if you pass something, it'll be the first thing, which will not by itself be sufficient, and we'll never pass a second thing. But Mr. England, if you want to take that one.
Vice Mayor, that's correct. The feedback that we received is that shouldn't attempt to pass a revenue measure that won't raise enough revenue to cover the payment of the bonds, or attempt to pass multiple measures aimed at the same thing. And that's why, as we addressed it tonight, it was for singular types of taxes.
Could I answer that? I mean, that's the reason why we're polling, right? We want to see what people would like to support. So if we're making that and stating that we want to see what people would support, then we're not truly making that question if we want what we want to gather. So I just think that our attempt to get it limited right there. And if that's said, then I'm concerned about moving forward.
So Mayor, may I just, I don't know if I.
Go ahead, Council Member or Vice Mayor.
Yes. So our experts have done this many, many times, and they recommend against that. You're very concerned about the money we spend, so we shouldn't be wasting money polling something that our experts tell us is not a practical, useful, or at all likely to be successful approach. If you don't believe that, then I can't help you other than to say this is the strong advice we've gotten for the team, and I support that we don't look at creative approaches because we've been advised against that.
And do I have a second for the motion from Council Member Weinberg?
I would like to comment on that, if at all possible. It's just that, these are all experts or so-called experts. The last election, we had so many parcel taxes that were on the ballot. These are put on and directed by experts. A lot of them failed. So I think what we don't want to omit is what our public will say to us that they would be more comfortable with. That's my concern. I'm all for supporting the police department, and I'm a big supporter of public safety, but I'm just concerned about how we're moving forward. Because if we want public input, let's truly do that, get public input.
Thank you, Council Member Lee Eng. Would the city clerk please call the vote?
Sure. I just want to make sure I have a second from Vice Mayor Meadows.
Correct.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
So Vice Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng?
I'm going to abstain because I don't have the information I need to move forward.
Okay. Mayor Enander?
Yes.
Councilmember Flagger?
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 4-0 to 1. One abstention.
Thank you very much. It's now a little bit past our usual time for a break, and also for determining what we're going to get through the rest of today. I think it's really important that we take up number 9, which is the next thing that is scheduled. And I believe it is very likely that we would not get to the other items. And so I would like to defer those items to the next meeting. And take a 10-minute break. And then we'll come back and take up the climate action and adaptation plan. Welcome back, everyone. We reconvene at 9:27 and take up item number 9 from our agenda, the 2022 Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. And I think we have a staff report.
And Mayor, point of order.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Flagler, did you want to say something?
I do. Just
you're muted, I think, or your sound has died on you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear her.
So the mayor can't hear me.
I hear you.
Anita, maybe on your end. Councilmember Lee Ann, can you hear me?
No, we can't hear you.
The city clerk hears you.
Anita, want to log out and log back in and see if that'll work?
No, everyone hears her except you.
Let's
see. Yeah. She doesn't hear us. It's the mayor.
My end.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Go ahead.
No problem. So just a point of clarification on the commission appointments, Mayor. I know in the past, when we considered continuing this item, we checked with the city clerk just to ensure we don't have a quorum concern on any of the commissions. So can we do that before we continue the item?
My recollection is that the appointments would not be effective until 1st of April anyway, so we should be okay. And but it's good to check with clerk that we don't have any existing quorum issues. You have 2 of those commissions. Are you aware of something with either of them?
No, but I don't know when someone is termed off and when the new person would start. So if the effective date is April 1st, you're correct. We're fine because we have another meeting in March.
Yep.
Madam Mayor, I can confirm that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. England, is this Ms. Simpson's to present?
I believe Mr. Golden will be giving the presentation or the introduction.
Great.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Steve Golden, Interim Planning Services Manager. I am just stepping in for Laura Simpson, and I'm just going to introduce the presenter tonight. Ben Fordham is a project manager and senior analyst with EcoShift Consulting, and he's been working with the city on the 2022 Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, otherwise known as the CAP, which you already know is an update to the 2013 Climate Action Plan, also called the CAP, and has been working with city staff and the CAP stakeholders through 2021 to update the older CAP. So without further ado, I'll turn this over to Mr. Fordham, who will provide a presentation for you.
Thank you and welcome, Mr. Fordham.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Steve, and thanks so much to the council for the opportunity to present. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can screen share my presentation here. All right, can folks see my screen? Excellent. I see heads nodding. Great. So I have a number of slides to present today, so I'm going to do my best to move through them in a relatively quick manner. And then I think we'll have some time at the end, I believe, for Q&A. If there's anything that I breeze past too quickly, we could certainly come back to. Our agenda for this evening I'll provide an overview of the CAP process, some climate context around kind of on the global scale, some detail on the strategic roadmap and priority actions that were developed as part of the CAP, some information on implementing the CAP, benefits of the CAP, and then some conclusions and keys to success. First, I'd just like to say that the Environmental Commission was instrumental in the development of the CAP, particularly the CAP subcommittee, and the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan has been reviewed by the Environmental Commission. They've provided feedback, and that feedback has been incorporated into this version. as well as a council study session, in which feedback was provided, and that feedback has also been incorporated. Just a quick overview. As was mentioned, this is an update to the 2013 Climate Action Plan. As part of this work, updated greenhouse gas inventories were conducted for both municipal operations and the community at large. And new reduction targets were set. The original cap set a target of 15% greenhouse gas reductions by 2020. So there was a need for a new target to be set. And lastly, this plan addresses vulnerability assessment and develops an adaptation framework to assist with the city's SB 379 compliance. Well, so why the need for all this climate action planning? The latest IPCC report states that climate change is a crisis. There's a need to keep emissions below 1.5 degrees within the next decade. Cities are responsible globally for 70% of greenhouse gas emissions, therefore representing a tremendous opportunity for greenhouse gas reductions. Los Altos additionally is a residential community with small amounts of commercial and no industrial emissions. What this does is it gives Los Altos the ability to make significant changes in greenhouse gas emissions quickly. There was also a feeling within the Environmental Commission that the city has a duty and obligation to act to support others that cannot act quickly or may not be able to adapt to climate change. And lastly, the actions that the city takes will reinforce, potentially reinforce and inspire other actions. So generally, actions taken at the city level can inspire state actions. Actions taken at the state level tend to inspire federal action. We just want to note here that the actions that the city takes do in fact matter and make a difference. A vision and mission statement were developed as part of the CAP process. I won't spend too much time on this slide, but just to note that these vision and mission statements were crafted by the Environmental Commission Subcommittee, and we checked in periodically at critical points to ask ourselves, is the process that we're working on, does it align with the CAP's vision, and does it align with the CAP's mission? Just a little bit of background in the process. So as I mentioned, new greenhouse gas inventories were conducted. In 2018, Los Altos produced approximately 111,000 metric tons carbon dioxide equivalent. And I want to mention here that 2018 was chosen as the baseline year because that was the most recent year with a complete data set available. So these reductions represent a 40% reduction from 2005 levels, which far exceeds the 15% target by 2020 that was outlined in the 2013 CAP. There's a number of reasons for this. One was that the city became a member of Silicon Valley Clean Energy, which provides low and zero carbon electricity. But it's also due to a number of actions that the city took, such as constructing bike paths, encouraging electric vehicle charging, and promoting energy efficiency in homes and businesses. The largest sources of emissions in 2018 were transportation with 58% and energy with 39%. So approximately 90% of the city's emissions from those two categories. And then I'd like to direct everybody to the table in the lower right, which has kind of a breakdown of emissions under some different scenarios that were that we developed. So the first was a business as usual scenario to see what the city's emissions would look like if there were no additional state and federal actions or local actions taken. Next, we developed an adjusted business as usual scenario, which does take into account the impacts of state and local actions. And then an adjusted business as usual plus existing CAP actions scenario was developed to take into account the impacts of 2013 CAP actions that were not have worked into this CAP update. So what that, according to this forecast, that leaves the city with approximately approximately 75,000 emissions in 2030 and approximately 67,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent in 2035. By implementing the cap, we believe that the city can get now to approximately 17,000 metric tons CO2e by 2030 or less, and approach a nominal number of approximately 5,000 metric tons CO2e by 2035. And by sequestering the remaining emissions in 2035, the cap sets a goal of carbon neutrality by 2035. Next is some information on the strategic roadmap that was developed by the cap. So 8 focus areas were identified in cap development, which are displayed in the circular diagram in the upper right. 15 strategies were developed, and the table in the bottom right lists the strategies, each of the strategies by focus area. All this information is available online in the CAP document, I believe. So encourage folks to take a look at that when they get a chance. 30 actionable goals were developed as part of the CAP, including 68 actions, which works out to about 5 actions implemented per year. And the breakdown is 43 mitigation actions, so reducing the sources of greenhouse gas emissions, 10 adaptation actions, which help the city prepare for the future impacts of climate change, and 15 cross-cutting actions, which address both mitigation and adaptation. I want to note here that many of these actions are interrelated. For instance, it's impossible to increase electric vehicle adoption without providing the sufficient charging infrastructure. And it's difficult to promote a walking and biking culture without the appropriate walking and biking paths and destinations. And lastly, I'll note here that there was an extensive stakeholder engagement process that we did as part of this CAP update. So a task force of city department and division heads was assembled to provide their expertise. There were a series of workshops and roundtables open to the public in different community groups that were held. And there were 2 different rounds of community surveys that were administered. So a very robust stakeholder engagement process for this CAP effort. Getting into some of the strategies and goals themselves, the first focus area that we looked at is transportation. So part of the CAP implementation is really the transformation of the way residents and visitors get around in Los Altos. It's going to be critical to meeting CAP goals. And for this focus area, we looked at a little bit of a hierarchy. So the first kind of strategy we looked at is reducing fossil fuel single occupancy vehicle travel. The city has set an aspirational target of 25% reduction in fossil fuel single occupant vehicle travel by 2035. The next strategy is promoting electric vehicle adoption. So the CAP sets a target of 80% EV adoption by 2035. This is a target that we think is achievable based on the current and forecasted rates of EV adoption in the Bay Area and throughout California. And then lastly, off-road sources are considered part of transportation. So this is working to eliminate small engines like leaf blowers, as well as reducing construction-related emissions. And I'll note here that although some of these, some impacts are obviously beyond the city's control, there's much that is within the city's control, such as developing EV charging infrastructure, building bike and pedestrian paths, developing partnerships, things like that. And then I'll also mention here that there's clear alignment between Goal 1.2, promote smart growth strategies, and the city's upcoming regional housing needs allocation requirements. The next focus area is energy. So this is responsible for, as I mentioned, 39% of the city's emissions. And again, as mentioned, since most residents get lower zero carbon electricity from Silicon Valley Clean Energy. The majority of emissions in this category are from methane gas use, sometimes referred to as natural gas. Again, we kind of have a hierarchy of strategies here. So first is promoting energy efficiency. So just making sure that the energy we use is being used efficiently, not being wasted. Next is fuel switching. So ensuring that appliances and building systems are converted from methane gas to electric. And lastly, promoting increased renewable energy generation within city limits. And here I'll note that continuing to update the city's REACH codes to progressive REACH codes is a very important part of this. The next focus area is resource conservation. So while waste disposal, water use, and operation of labor-saving equipment are all necessary, consuming and/or disposing of natural resources generates greenhouse gas emissions within the community. So the strategies and actions here are really focused around mindful, efficient use of resources and promotion of circular economy concepts within the community. The next focus area is municipal operations. Municipal operations overall represent a relatively small percentage of the community's emissions, but this represents the city's chance to lead by example. And there are also potential cost savings associated with many of these actions. Next are green community and climate risk. So for green community, even though there's only minor greenhouse gas emissions associated with this, these strategies and actions underlie numerous other CAP strategies. They're also important for sequestering the remaining carbon emissions in 2035. And for climate risk, the risk of flooding and extreme heat can be reduced first by understanding which areas of Los Altos are most likely to experience flooding and or heat. And the strategies here, among other things, focus on development of green infrastructure for flood risk management and reflectivity standards to reduce heat risk. Next are emergency management and resilient community. So for emergency management, Los Altos already prepares for earthquakes and a number of other emergency situations. But like changes with emergency preparedness, Los Altos needs to find new ways to communicate with and ensure the comfort and safety of its residents during climate emergencies. And for a resilient community, since not every home, business, and government building can be made completely safe and operational during extreme weather, it'll be important for Los Altos to create or enhance the capacity of existing buildings to shelter groups of residents, again, during climate emergencies. So those are the 8 focus areas. The results of these create the carbon neutrality pathway for the city. So on the bottom right, the graphic kind of displays the pathway and the reductions from different sectors. What this, the targets that this establishes include approximately 17,000 metric tons CO2e by 2030, which represents an 85% reduction from 2018 levels. And then again, as mentioned, leaving a nominal amount of emissions of either 5,000 metric tons CO2e or less by 2035. Some emissions will, of course, still need to be sequestered. The city has identified a number of pathways to do this, including tree planting, community carbon farming pilots, innovative sequestration projects, and local offsets. So there's really kind of a robust set of strategies that the city can draw on here. And I'll also note that some of these strategies are in the CAP now, such as tree planting and carbon farming, and some will need to be developed. So there's a lot of strategies and actions in this plan. So a timeline was developed to help with CAP implementation. And it's important here to note, even though there's a lot in this plan, not everything needs to be done at once. And so I wanted to just highlight a couple strategies in each of these timeframes. And again, would encourage people to look at the complete list online when they get a chance. But a couple of targets. By 2025, the city should have transit-oriented development requirements developed, residential fuel switching program launched, an expansion of the city's current urban forest resource analysis to an urban tree master plan with a focus on expanding the urban tree canopy. By 2030, the city should have commissioned an electric vehicle supply equipment master plan detailing the number and location of charging infrastructure needed to support 80% electric vehicle adoption, as well as launching of an electric shuttle for crosstown traffic, including short hops along main streets and in key commercial areas. And by 2035, the city should have fully adopted the 2022 Complete Streets Master Plan, as well as a target of 10,000 new city trees planted by 2035. We also put together, one of the questions that was asked was, what should the city start doing now to get this ball rolling? So these actions were selected for a number of reasons. The first is that most of these actions don't require a significant investment from the city. Also, starting work on these actions now can greatly increase the chance of success of the CAP being implemented. For example, beginning to integrate CAP goals into budget and planning processes now. And these strategies could also represent some quick wins that could help build momentum and show progress for the CAP. There's a couple that are not listed here that I should mention as well. One is expanding the farmers market to a year-round event, as well as beginning to develop reach codes for the next reach code cycle. Cost and staffing estimates were also put together as part of the CAP to help the city understand kind of the scale of the effort and resources that might be required. These are rough cost order estimates, so the city should obviously do investment grade analysis before doing capital investments and things like that. I'll also mention that on the right here, there's a breakdown kind of where these costs are expected to fall, as well as when new FTE might be needed during the different timeframes. So our estimates identified approximately 15 million in costs for CAP implementation over 13 years. It's important to note here that the intent is not for all of this to be city funded. There's a number of funding sources, which we'll look at in a moment. I also want to mention that some of the costs are included as parts of other plans. For instance, the Complete Streets Master Plan. Those costs are not included in these estimates. I also want to mention that the cost of inaction can be much higher. A recent study found that for up to $6 saved, that up to $6 could be saved for every $1 spent on mitigating natural hazards. Looking at funding sources, over 50 state, local, and federal funding sources were identified for the CAP. Many are lined up with individual actions, so it's easy to find potential funding sources for each action. There's over 15 billion in climate change related funding that's been approved by the California legislature and signed by Governor Newsom. And there's also some pretty substantial federal funding that's expected to be available in the coming future for these types of projects. And then the graphic on the right just illustrates some of the pros and cons of different funding sources. So as the city looks to implement different actions, the city will want to look at which funding sources are appropriate for each action. There's a number of community partners that we identified. We think these will really be vital for CAP implementation. It's not the case that the city will be able to fully implement this in a vacuum. There's Cooperation among the city commissions will be important. So the Complete Streets Commission, Parks and Rec and Planning departments, that coordination will all be very important. The business community obviously is an important stakeholder and has been really engaged in the CAP development process. Youth groups were also very engaged. And of course, it's their future that we're discussing here, and they seem very interested in having a voice in that. City residents, I'll note that we developed a What Can I Do Now appendix for the CAP that has over 40 actions that residents can take now. And we also wanted to note, we found that during this process, we found the city has a very active base of residents that wants to be involved in this process. So we think it's definitely in the city's best interest to engage these residents and mobilize them to help with CAP implementation. Coordination with other cities obviously could be very beneficial, working with different utilities, Silicon Valley Clean Energy, PG&E, Cal Water, Mission Trail Waste, and the Palo Alto Wastewater Treatment Plant will all be important stakeholders. Regional partners like Bayren, as well as many others. And then one that's not on this list but should be is nonprofits such as Greentown Los Altos. And then for the monitoring and reporting of the CAP should be updated every 3 to 5 years, with emissions inventories conducted at least every 2 years, and monitoring and reporting to the City Council every 2 years with the actions that have been implemented, actions in development, as well as identifying any potential gaps or adjustments needed. The intent is for the city to monitor and report using ClearPath, which is the software platform that was used for these updated greenhouse gas inventories, as well as for the CAP planning process. ClearPath was developed by the International Council for Local Climate Initiatives, and it's the leading online software platform for this type of work. I also want to mention here that the city has a multi-year subscription to ClearPath, which comes with technical support. So we think it's realistic that the city could monitor and report on its own. It would not need outside help to do that. There's a number of cost and resource needs, obviously, with the CAP, but there's also a number of benefits that we see. So obviously reducing greenhouse gas emissions, becoming more resilient as a community, increasing human health and wellness through promotion of active lifestyles and cleaner air, increasing social equity as some of the barriers to getting around to different places are reduced, increased community connectivity and vibrancy, as well as benefits to the economy. And part of our our vision for this is that by creating community spaces, walkable, bikeable community spaces, the city can have more kind of destinations where folks can come, spend the day, do some shopping, visit their favorite restaurant. And the CAP also addresses a concern of residents. So during one of our surveys that we administered, 76% of residents responded that they were very concerned about climate change. And it also gives the city a chance to be a national leader on climate action. A couple keys to success that we identified. So being aggressive in applying for funding, having projects scoped out and ready to go when funding becomes available. We developed a priority scoring system ranked across a number of factors to rank the different actions, priority 1 being the highest. So focusing on those actions first, specifically in transportation and energy. Don't go it alone, obviously working with the community and regional partners. We think there's strength in numbers there that will help all parties. And it's our intent that the city can provide, or rather find funding sources for many of these actions, but we do anticipate that the city will need to provide targeted funding at certain times. So we hope that the city is able to do that. And then monitor, report, adjust, and repeat. So just understand that this is not the case that the city has established the CAP and the pathway is set, This is meant to be a very kind of iterative process that will evolve over time. And just a couple high-level conclusions. So carbon neutrality by 2035, it's a very bold target, but we feel strongly that it's an achievable target, as well as a necessary target. This is what climate scientists are telling us is needed. As mentioned, Los Altos residents support climate action, so we feel that this cap reflects the will of the people. Funding is available now, with more expected to be available in the future. And again, as mentioned, not everything needs to be done at once. However, it's the intent that everything in the cap is implemented at some point, just because many of the actions, as mentioned, support each other. And lastly, follow the roadmap as much as possible and stay flexible. So just understand that this is a living document that will continue, as mentioned, to evolve over time. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fordham, for going through in a comparatively small number of slides, a very, very, very big and detailed and complex report. Councilmember Weinberg has his hand up, so we'll let him go first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Fordham, thank you very much for the presentation tonight. And more than that, thank you very much for this CAP report that you have prepared. I see that the Environmental Commission Subcommittee is also here tonight. So really, I want to thank you and EcoShift and the Commission and the Subcommittee especially for what clearly was a monumental undertaking. I think it's exciting. I think that there is an awful lot to digest in this plan, and I know that our public is going to do that during public comment, and that the council is going to do that as well when it comes time to discuss. So let me start off with some specific questions. At the beginning of your presentation, you said that the 2022 CAP is an update to the 2013 CAP. And this may be a distinction without a meaning, but I'm curious, are we updating what the council did in 2013, or are we actually replacing with a brand new plan and document to have a brand new CAAP in 2022, which puts what we did in 2013 on the back burner?
Yeah, it's so this cap is definitely built off the 2013 cap. Each of the actions in that cap were evaluated and kind of reconfigured if appropriate for this plan. So I think this is a distinct plan, but it definitely built off the 2013 plan.
So if the council adopted the 2022 plan, it would stand side by side with the 2013 plan, it would not replace it?
I'm not 100% sure about that. That might be a question for city staff. I think I might have heard that this plan actually would effectively replace the other plan, but maybe I should defer to city staff who might have a better answer on that. And I think I had spoken with Jolie about that, so maybe Jolie is the appropriate person to answer.
What I understand, and Steve just, it's so great with your background, Steve. You kind of like come from the space. But what I understand is this CAP, the CAPP, it incorporates and adopts and is the new plan that will be in effect. It kind of amends and supersedes. It's like a use permit that you amend a use permit, and it is now the new plan. But that's what I understand. Steve,
I think that would be, from a practical standpoint, that would be the preference, because it's very difficult layering these different plans and trying to find the nuances of each one and what applies and different programs and objectives. So the idea, I think, was to replace the existing cap.
It supersedes and replaces. That's what my understanding is, but I'm not a CAP expert. So that, but that's what I understand. And I think that's what, when I talked with staff, that's what we believe happens with this.
And then in terms of process and procedure, there was no proposed resolution with this agenda item. So if the council were ready to adopt the 2022 cap, would it just be an oral motion and then it would become city policy, or does something more have to happen?
No, we don't always adopt all these plans by resolution. I believe that we are now going forward with adopting more things by resolution, but this would be valid if we adopt it by oral motion. So it would be effective. And so yes, you can adopt it tonight via a motion, and it would be entered into the minutes, and it would be this plan as amended or adopted or whatever you do with it. So we can adopt it tonight.
Okay. Before getting back to the cap, let me ask some questions about the initial study that was included in the packet. Could someone please explain precisely what the purpose of the initial study is? Who's going to sign it? Just sort of an overview of why that document was included, why it's important.
I can answer this. We were looking at doing maybe a negative declaration when we were looking at with the outside consultants, and then when we looked at it further, we did not believe that a negative deck was appropriate. So, but we did go forward with the initial study, and the initial study is included, and it is the support that there are no significant impacts. There are no possible significant impacts. So actually an exemption for protection of the environment is valid. So we included it just as some more evidence in the record that supports the exemption.
Okay. There's a signature line on page 9 of the initial report. Is anyone actually going to sign it? Or is that just now a document that's there for further reference?
It should be the interim community development director. Usually the planning advisory person would do that, or we could even have Gabe do it, but someone from staff needs to sign that.
Yeah, I don't believe there's any statutory requirement for a specific person to sign off.
All right. There are dozens of places in the initial report that refer to the CAP, and then there are dozens that refer to the CAAP. Is that simply a typo, or is there a cross-reference between the 2013 and the 2022 documents?
I would defer that to Ben, because I do know that there is a CAP and then there's the CAPP. So it is, should we go back and do a cleanup of all that? But I don't believe the CAP is the same as the CAPP.
I did run that question by our environmental consultants, and their response was that they wanted it to be understood that there was a consistency between the 2013 plan and this plan, that this plan is an update. They did say, however, that if it causes confusion or we would like to adjust it to one way or the other, then they'd be happy to do that.
Well, then the question, what was the intent?
I'm sorry?
What was there a specific intent to refer to CAP in some places and CAAP in some places?
I think the intent was just to show that there was consistency between those two documents, or to show that this was an update of that plan.
We can go back, we can go back and look, but the 2013 plan was the Climate Action Plan 1A. The 2022 plan is a Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. So it's a I'll just correct Miss Houston, it's a double A and one P.
Oh,
And so we can go through, maybe there was some areas where that can be fixed, but I think that's the differences between the single A and double A usages of CAP. So one is a action and adaptation plan, the more recent one, the 2022, and the old one is just an action plan. So
And I appreciate that clarification. My confusion, I think, is in the initial study itself. Was it intentional to refer to the 2013 plan at times and versus the 2022 plan at times?
I think it was. I do think it was. So yes, I do think it was, because we had this CAP and then we had the I don't know, I always say CAPP, but Steve's laughing, and it's CAAP, but anyway, we've had so many emails about this, but I think that was intentional because they were distinct, because the CAAP came after the CAP. So
Okay, so if in the initial study it was intentional to use CAP in some portions of it and CAAP in other portions, it makes the initial study very complicated to understand, because there are dozens, probably hundreds of references to both throughout the document. On page 18 of the initial study, section Roman numeral 6B for energy, there are two boxes that are checked. One says that the effect to be less than significant, and the other box says not significant at all. What was the less than significant box checked in error?
yes, I believe that we provided a follow-up answer to that to the council, and the less than significant impact was an error.
yes, that was my understanding, and I don't know if that didn't get to the council. We had a few mix-ups with responses to comments in the last 2 days. So yes, it was to be not significant.
Okay.
And yeah, and sorry, just to also clarify, on page 19, under the discussion portion, it in bold letters at the very end, it says no impact would result. So that's
okay.
That would verify that error was checked. It was an error check for less than significant impact.
Okay. There are a lot of very lofty goals in the CAAP. And I think it's exciting to have lofty goals, because if you don't set lofty goals for yourself, then you lose motivation even to strive for excellence. But I am concerned about the council adopting this document and then it just goes onto the website and no one really looks at it again for another 7 or 8 years when we want to update and have a brand new plan.
Pardon me, Councilmember Weinberg, do you have further questions for staff?
I do.
Okay.
So
just want to make sure that's where you're headed.
It is. So to keep that from happening, what staff indicated to us, and I think you touched on it tonight as well, is that ClearPath is the mechanism that's used in order to monitor progress. Can you talk a little bit about how ClearPath works, how the residents would be able to look at the data from ClearPath to identify what progress we're making, and how council can also get that same information to make sure that we're monitoring this on a regular basis?
Yeah, I could speak to that. So I guess ClearPath has a number of different modules. So there's modules for inputting the results of updated greenhouse gas inventories, and then there's kind of graphical displays of that. There's also forecasts that are in ClearPath. Those are automatically updated, so the city can see kind of what those the new forecasts look like. And then ClearPath also has a planning module, which allows different actions to be identified, timelines to be set, greenhouse gas emissions reductions, and energy reductions, things like that, to be adjusted over time. So it's really kind of a scenario level planning document that's pretty, I'd say, fairly easy to use. There's lots of training resources for city staff, as well as tech support that I mentioned. And then all the data in ClearPath is downloadable. So if it's desirable for the sustainability director or somebody within the city to kind of download and manipulate that data or do data visualizations, then that's also something.
Okay, so ClearPath is not accessible by the council or by the residents. It's accessible by staff.
The city has a subscription, and I think it's within the city's discretion to decide who views and operates it.
There was one part of your presentation that really caught my attention, which was to be aggressive in applying for funding. This is something that I think has been kind of a challenge to the city in recent years and a lot of other areas. What projects has the 2022 cap identified that are ready to go so that we can immediately start applying for grants? And what sort of grants are available that we can go after?
I guess, in terms of projects that are immediately ready to go, I think the actions that were listed on the 2022 action slides, I think most of those could be started immediately. I think a lot of other projects will need to be developed kind of through a more robust planning process. And in terms of funding, there's, like I mentioned, there's a section in the cap that lists for each action or for most actions, the funding sources that could be applied to that are listed. So, it's going to be incumbent on the new sustainability director, I think, to just monitor those and see, the status of upcoming funding sources and to have projects developed when those funding sources are available.
Thank you, Mr. Vorderman. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm done with my questions for now.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Weinberg. Who would like to go next? Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fordham, the Environmental Commission, especially the subcommittee, and our former sustainability manager who did a lot of work on this. I'm sure everyone's missing her tonight. So it's a lot. I don't have that many questions because there's really so much. You can either ask 1,000 questions or you can just ask a couple, and I'm just going to go just the couple route. So this is probably kind of a small question, but you referred to VMT, vehicle miles traveled, and you talked about us reducing that. And I wondered if the reduction in vehicle miles traveled is anticipated just to be from miles driven, or is there some sort of credit that we get in VMT as we make a switch over to a higher proportion of electric vehicles versus gasoline?
Good question. So the reduction in vehicle miles traveled is really meant to be a reduction in fossil fuel vehicle miles traveled. So that's really the distinction. And then there's separate actions that address electrifying the remaining VMT.
Okay, so we're not necessarily driving fewer miles, we're driving cleaner miles.
I would say it's both, actually. I mean, there's a number of strategies to support transit and walking, biking, but yeah.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you. Then my other question is, we've got a lot of actions laid out here, and we want Los Altos to aim high. We know the state is going to take some actions too. So I was wondering if you could describe to us sort of roughly what proportion or what types of actions would Los Altos pursue that the state isn't going to pursue, or are there ones we're pursuing and they're going to pursue it just a year or two after us? Or so In other words, are we completely blazing a trail, or are we just a little bit ahead of the state? So how much of this are we going to have to do anyway? Or are we behind? Well, we can't be behind the state, I guess. That's not allowed. So do you understand what I'm getting at? What proportion of this are we going to have to do eventually anyway, and how eventually will that be?
Yeah, that's another really good question. It's, I mean, I would say that, you know, this plan is definitely a bold plan. I think it's a little bit ahead currently of what the state lines up, or, you know, what the state has in store. It's, you know, it's difficult to predict too far down the road what will happen, but I would say at some point, I think most of the actions in the cap will probably be mandated, would be my guess.
Thank you. And I think that's important information as we consider that this evening. So those are the two I wanted to ask. There are broader questions, and I won't get into detail, but thank you so much again to everyone who helped pull this together.
And next. I'm going to pick on somebody. Councilmember Lee Eng, would you go next, please? Do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. So you stated it's easy to find funding, but it's very competitive. Aren't these grants very competitive? And most time grants are awarded to the large cities that have the staffing and the ability to have shovel-ready projects or people to write the, you know, the grants. Can you help clarify this?
Yes, I mean, I think, you know, I wouldn't necessarily say that it will be easy to secure funding for all the CAP actions, but there's definitely lots of funding sources available. And I do think it'll be important for the city to, you know, to monitor those sources closely as much as possible, to have projects scoped out and ready to apply for when the funding becomes available. And you know, I also think that the grant writing could potentially be, you know, a big part of this process. And so I think in general, those additional resource needs have been built into the cost and FTE estimates in the plan. So I don't think it'll necessarily be easy to secure funding, but there's lots of funding now, and there's anticipated to be lots more in the future.
Okay. The report listed some funding mechanisms that the city can pursue, such as taxes, fees, and bonds. So we just discussed exploring funding for our deteriorating public facility building. Where is the data for to get that 15 million needed? Or do we have to spend another 200,000 to get that information?
I'm sorry, I don't think I completely followed. You're wondering about where the like the cost methodology, or?
Yes, and also it's on page 352 of your document.
Yeah, yes, there's an appendix in the CAP that details the methodology for each of the cost estimates. So you could go in the appendices and find for each cost estimate, what are the assumptions and how was that calculated?
Okay. And then the CAP reference fees for those who perhaps don't switch over within the timelines established. What, you know, I didn't see the appendices for the fees, or do you have examples of other cities that have followed up on this, you know, or looking at this?
Well, I guess there were some examples of utility users tax on methane gas use from other cities. That was a mechanism that has been used in some other places. In general, I think the CAP outlines the assembling of a task force to address those kind of things. So I don't think there's any there's no fees that are kind of built into the cap. It's, it just kind of outlines processes to evaluate those kind of things.
So in all the outreach meetings, when this was discussed and we talked about the fees, how was this perceived? Was it perceived as a penalty, or upon those still holding on to the use of fossil fuel? What was the public response on that?
I don't remember any public response specifically on a potential tax or fee. I think that, and if there are folks on the Environmental Commission subcommittee that would like to weigh in on this as well, I'm sure they might have some additional insight. But in general, I guess the reaction to fees or taxes or things like that, I think the main response that we got was concern that these costs might fall unduly on people who might not be able to afford them. There was mention of seniors who might be aging in place, who might not have additional resources for those kind of things. So we definitely built into the cap language that if there were folks who were not able to afford fees or equipment upgrades, then the intention is for those folks to be exempt. So we definitely didn't want financial burden to fall unduly on disadvantaged populations.
Okay, and then my question would be for I guess our city manager. So if you could help me understand, how would we be able to successfully obtain any grants since we're limited on staff to pursue the funding needed?
Well, I think as grants are available right now, we do have the staffing to apply for them. In this specific case, we do plan on rehiring the environmental manager position to take control of that area. So I would assume as grants are available, they would apply. Whether or not we would be competitive, I think is another measure, which is why we would have to take it as case by case instead of looking at the large amount of funding that Mr. Fordham has referenced earlier.
My question next is, as grants become available, would we be taking away, White City Manager, would we be taking away staff that needs to focus on our housing element? Because that's our biggest focus right now. And would that would be my concern is, taking the focus away on what we truly need to focus on to try to pursue these other items.
So, Councilmember Liang, I don't necessarily think those two needs would be in conflict, but the council sets the priorities. And if council established this as a priority, then we would allocate appropriate staff time to it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Flagger, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. And I appreciate you not calling on me earlier, because as the council liaison since January, I've heard this a couple of times. And so I
figured.
I appreciated you allowing me to listen to the other questions. And I don't have a lot of questions. I'll just quickly go through them. The first is, I may have heard it before, but this is the first time I think it registered on the farmers market, having a year-round farmers market. I know other cities have a year-round farmers market, and we have always had a summer farmers market. And so I am just curious, is that a city determination? I don't know. So that's why I'm asking, who determines, is that something council needs to consider authorizing? So I'm just curious about that. Anybody?
Councilmember Flagger, if that's a question for staff, I believe it's a special event that LAVA puts on. So the city could certainly approach them about expanding, or the city could seek others to put on that special event if Lava wasn't interested.
Okay, so we would, approach Lava. So would it be a council decision? I just want to understand the steps. Where would we have to vote as a council that we want to pursue this and then approach Lava?
Well, we would certainly have to approach Lava, and it would be at their discretion. And it, as one of the outcomes of the document, if council adopts this would be one of the areas that we could pursue.
Yeah. Thank you. And then I just have a quick question about the REACH codes, and this may be for a subcommittee member, only because I remember during the commission interviews, Commissioner Whedon had mentioned that, of the 2022 proposed actions, this would be the #1 thing he would want us to pursue. And I know it's also a priority action in the document. And so I'm just curious, if we could get a high level overview of the timeline that we would need to implement to get REACH codes adopted by the end of the year to be effective January 2023, just so that as a council, we understand what steps we would need to take and when.
I guess I'll address that, Nisa. I was involved in the last REACH codes effort. And so if you want to have it effective, and I'd recommend or suggest that you want it to be effective January 1 to match the effective date of the new building codes. And my understanding is it has, after the city council approves an ordinance, it'll take minimum 30 days, maybe as much as 90 days for the California Energy Commission to approve that ordinance for it to take effect. So if you march back there, that means that around in the September timeframe, the council would need to have passed an ordinance. Then if you march back a little further, you would say, maybe July, August, September are the months that the council would be discussing the item, hearing the readings, and to be able to pass an ordinance and the public comments, public input. So that'd be July, August, September, and which means that probably the work by staff and environmental commission or whoever is putting together the draft ordinance of a REACH code would probably be due sometime in June, which means you start very soon.
Very helpful, thank you. And then my last question, and this may be getting into the weeds, because there's a clear intersection between the Complete Streets Master Plan and the CAP. And so I just want to make sure that the plans are talking to each other, because I know in the master plan, they have their own bike and ped priority order. And obviously we have our priority actions, and transportation is the #1 concern. And so, for example, if the Complete Streets Master Plan identifies 10 projects that they view as priority, are we ensuring they align with what we think should be high priority when it comes to CAP? Does that make sense, either Ben or Don?
I could probably take that. The recommendation in the CAP is just that the Complete Streets Master Plan be fully implemented by 2035. So there's not, it's just implemented as is, and regardless of the prioritization, as long as it's fully implemented by 2035, that's what's in the CAP. So there should be alignment there.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. And other parties have been acknowledged in this process, but I want to thank you, Councilmember Flagger, because I know you've been intimately involved in supporting this commission for some time. So thank you for your help with this as well. I just have a couple of questions. The first one I'm just curious about, what is the rationale, the benefit involved with the year-round farmers market? I gotta ask, sorry.
Yeah, I could take that, and other folks might want to too. That one really is around like accessibility to healthy foods, local foods. That's kind of that's kind of the focus there. So, you know, reducing emissions for transporting foods long distances and yeah, again, just kind of supporting yeah, eating local foods, I guess, is the intention there.
Okay, because I was thinking the one thing that I think we're really blessed with in this city is an incredible access to locally grown and organic food as it is. So I was just curious. A question I have, and you mentioned there are several places mentioned in the report about the Palo Alto facility, the treatment facility. But one thing that I was kind of surprised that I don't think I saw, and it is a long report to read, so I could have missed it, is the effort that will likely be needed to alter that facility and protect that facility with seawater rise, sea level rise. There is comment elsewhere in the report about that mentions sea level rise and that we aren't proximate to the bay, et cetera, and that there may not be a lot of direct impact, but I was kind of surprised that there wasn't anything about the Palo Alto facility, and I was just curious about that.
Yeah, I guess I know that, I'm not sure the status of it, but I know that the plant is currently working on a plan to address sea level rise. So I think, you know, that's being addressed, and I don't know necessarily what the city's role would be with that, maybe just coordinating with it, but there were no additional efforts in that area that we felt we needed to include in this plan.
Okay. And I think I will let it go at that, and let's go to public comment. And thank you for your patience in being here.
So far, I see 3 hands, 4 hands.
Give them a little while to catch up.
Okay.
I see 6, City Clerk. Is that what you see?
Yes, it looks like it's holding at 6.
All right, if we're holding at 6, let's give everybody 2 minutes, please.
Okay, our first speaker would be Gary Hedden.
Good evening, honored council. I'm Gary Hedden again, Los Altos resident. I actually worked on the CAP with 1A in 2013. And I have to say that the CAP with 2As in 2022 is a very comprehensive and thorough document. It is a plan, and its full implementation will take 13 years. There will be much discussion and debate along the way. Each part of the plan will need to fit within the budget, compete with other worthy projects, and be prioritized. You will have ample opportunity to weigh in, take public comment, and make refinements and adjustments along the way. But tonight, you can take one of the most meaningful steps. You can approve the plan and get us started on the path to carbon neutrality. Take that step. I'm sure the majority of our residents will support you and applaud you for your vision and your leadership. Please approve the plan tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hedden.
Our next speaker is Connie Miller.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yay. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and esteemed council members. I'm a 20-year Los Altos resident and board member of Greentown Los Altos, and I have the privilege of speaking on behalf of all of Greentown and many of our hundreds of followers to convey our enthusiastic support of the CAP before you. Last week, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change issued its bleakest warning yet, stating that the climate crisis was accelerating at a rate so rapid that we had only a narrow chance to avoid its worst impacts. It is well understood by anyone who takes the time to study it that local action by everyone is required to combat the climate crisis. Per capita contribution to greenhouse gases is highest in the United States, so no amount of blaming other countries is going to relieve us of our duty to do our part and acknowledge that voluntary measures do not work. I'd like to see our council support the hard work of all of our commissions. They are the ones who get their hands dirty into the details of complex issues and take the time to really study them before they come before you for vote. The Environmental Commission has spent the better part of the past year coming out with this well thought out custom plan for all of us. And they have given the public many times to comment throughout the process. This comprehensive plan provides a roadmap for keeping our citizens healthy and safe. No more studying it will change the facts. Approve the cap now and then implement the highest priorities when we can. If we delay the approval of the plan, we just shorten the runway needed to begin implementing it, and it'll be even more difficult if we give ourselves less time. So please adopt the 2022 cap by oral motion before you adjourn tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roberta.
Hi, yes, you can all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So, you know, we have some very major priorities. You know, you had the retreat, and we know number one, the housing element is the number one priority. You have a time frame in which you need to get the RENA numbers into HCD. So we have no choice. And we have that time frame set out for us, you know, over the next, 9 months, 10 months. Secondly, what you need to address, and you will be addressing in the next couple of months, is the CIP and the operating budget, our budget shortfalls, etc. And number three, you want to do a bond measure in the same time frame. And I think that climate action is important, but I don't think it's as high a priority as the three that I mentioned: the housing element, the CIP and budget, and the police station. I certainly do not want you to rush ahead and change anything in the reach codes. I think you went too far last time. I don't want you to see, when people do major remodels on the house, that you're imposing additional kinds of things. I think additional staff will be needed. We know that Amico left, and to apply for grants is very time consuming. So again, I don't think that it is wise to shove this forward really quickly when we have other things that are more important. And I do need to disagree with Connie, because I think voluntary measures are the only measures that work. You can legislate stuff to death. You can ban leaf blowers. We can have the gardeners. We can have police going out. The gardener's no longer there. I'll bet you that more than 10 or 15 people that read this report, I don't think the community has any idea what's going on. So please do not prioritize this as one of the top priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta.
Our next speaker is Crystal Wickham.
Thank you, Mayor Inander and council members. My name is Crystal Wickham. I strongly encourage you to adopt the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan with the bold target of carbon neutrality by 2035. A lot has changed since 9 years ago when the original plan was adopted, and it's overdue for an update. We cannot continue to push this out further as the economic, health, and security emergencies continue to compound. Every person, city, business, state, and country needs to participate in bringing our emissions to zero quickly, and dramatic progress is needed within the next several years. Fossil fuels served humanity well for 50 years and brought prosperity and wealth. But it turns out that the wealth was actually a loan, and we're only starting to pay for the huge and accelerating costs of climate disasters and the stranglehold that oil and gas rich nations have over other countries. Time is short and the need is urgent. As the staff report noted, the cost of inaction can be much higher. Please adopt the cap. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Wickham.
The next speaker is Pete Daly.
Hi, Madam Mayor and council members. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So I am the chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission, but I'm speaking now as a resident. I did participate in a number of meetings as this plan was sort of coming together. And so I've been following this process with interest, as I think many of our residents have. I can attest to it being an important subject of conversation in Rotary meetings, in other community groups that I participate in as well. So first, the 2013 plan was a success. We achieved our goals in the 2013 plan, and it is right and appropriate to create a new plan and go forward. And I want to remind everybody that while freedom is certainly an important value, we also have a collective responsibility and an obligation. And when you're dealing with something as existential as climate change, that collective responsibility really needs to be paramount in our thinking. And I would also remind people listening that of the expression, you know, it's important to think globally but act locally. We cannot necessarily take action on behalf of the rest of the world. We can only act on our own behalf. And lastly, I would say, don't forget the adaptation portion of this plan. We know PG&E is going to shut the power off when it's 105 degrees and our vulnerable residents will need an off-grid cooling station. We know there will be flooding, okay? We know we have to adapt. And many of the things that we need to do as part of this climate action plan will be in concert with state and federal actions that are taken as well. So let's lead on this and take the place, take a place that we can be proud of in our broader community as leaders on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daly.
Our next speaker is Marty.
Hi, my name is Marty Listowski. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm a resident, retired engineer, and a grandparent. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members for this time. CAP is a measured response to the state of our global atmospheric condition, i.e. greenhouse gas concentration that threatens life as we know it. Some written comments suggest that the proposed cap would not be effective in reducing greenhouse gases needed to see actual effects in the globe. I think that point could have some merit. If only Los Altos follows these proposals, then probably too little too late. However, as described by the plan, Los Altos is acting in a coordinated manner with other Bay Area cities, counties, agencies, federal. With this coordinated effort, it can be effective. However, if we do not join this coalition, it will be difficult to justify our inaction. Also, I think this inaction would not and is not aligned with the leadership that we have in Los Altos. We should lead, not follow. Because global warming is an existential threat to life as we know it, we should join the other agencies in forming effective directives to reduce greenhouse gases. Some feel that the individual can either choose to address this issue, or alternatively, the individual can choose their own methods of addressing climate change. I think we need a coalition. We can use Ukraine as an example to see the power of a coalition versus only an individual's approach to this global problem.
Thank you,
Please,
Marty.
PLASCAP. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a call-in speaker with the last four digits 8548.
Yes, this is John McKenna. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This matter is very important to me as I have a 7-year-old daughter and I want to do whatever I can, put the planet on a path to good health for her and all future generations. I applaud and appreciate the work done by the Environmental Commission Subcommittee and city staff to update the city's climate action and adaptation plan in order to amend its goals so that they are more in line with the data provided in last year's IPCC 6th Assessment Report. The information in that report is alarming. That being said, it's not all that different from previous reports. We've known for decades that the emissions of greenhouse gases would have serious negative impacts on our planet and our lives. Fossil fuels have provided many benefits over the years, but we have paid a hefty price as a result. The time is now to fully decarbonize our lives. The biggest impact we can make locally is to electrify all of our new and existing buildings and our transportation, which together account for 80 to 90% of our emissions. We have the needed solutions today, and we need to implement them as fast as is humanly possible. The idea of planting more trees, as beautiful and as much needed as they are, will not come anywhere close to mitigating global warming to the degree needed in order to avert the worst effects of climate change. I fully support the updated cap and would even go so far as to strongly encourage the city to take even bolder action by targeting net zero by 2030 instead of 2035. The sooner we can get to net zero, the better. I really can't emphasize my last statement enough. We need to meet this challenge with the urgency it requires. Don't believe those that tell you this can't be done. The transition will take time and our infrastructure and grid will evolve to meet the needs as we electrify our buildings and transportation. Don't underestimate human ingenuity and spirit. This is a global issue, but much needed change happens at the local level and builds from there. Your constituents are giving you all the support you need to pass bold legislation to reach the goals set forth in the cap.
Thank
There
you,
will be
Mr.
upfront
McKinnick.
costs to make this transition, but the cost of doing nothing or not doing enough
Bye-bye.
will be far
Thank
greater.
you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is T. Morris.
Hi, this is Teresa Morris. I am also on the Park and Rec Commission, but I am not speaking as a Park and Rec Commissioner this evening, just as a resident. I think it's important that we do everything possible to try to slow down the trajectory that our planet is on. But what I find is missing, and I applaud all of the efforts that have been done. There are a couple points that I think are missing. One is I think there are a lot of residents who aren't paying attention to this conversation. It'd be nice if there was a way to involve more people in the conversation. The other is there is no way we are going to electrify ourselves out of this climate crisis. This comes up over and over and over again. We cannot keep using the planet resources and think that we're going to solve the problem. We must start educating and changing our behaviors, and a climate action plan needs to reflect that. That means that people have to use less and less and less, not more, not more electricity. Okay, we won't be using natural gas, but we'll be using electricity. No, it's not the answer. It's got to be less of everything. Turn all the lights off that don't need to be used. Don't drive if you have an option to driving. Don't buy a big vehicle. We have to make changes that may be painful initially, but we must educate our population about these changes. Also, trees will help save us. We need more of them. We need a paid arborist to save the trees that we do have. We need to stop allowing them to be cut down when they don't absolutely have to be cut down. And we need to be preserving what we have. In addition, the city needs to be making changes where absolutely no plastic is used at any city event. We must set the example as a city for our residents and how we can make these changes. Less is more when it comes to the planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
Madam Mayor, I have no other hands raised.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. So I'll bring it back to the council for discussion. Anybody want to lead off? Go ahead, Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you. And let me start off by thanking staff, the subcommittee, Ben and the rest of his team, and everybody who has been involved, the vice mayor who was the liaison last year, everyone who has really been involved in bringing us to this point. A lot of work went into I appreciate how Gary Hedden described it, the one with the 2 A's. But whatever we call it, the plan that's before us, a lot of work, consideration of our local community and of our residents and what we've learned from the 2013 cap with the 1A, but also the REACH code process we went through 2 years ago. All these things were factored in putting together this cap so it would reflect our local community. And, you know, a lot of our public speakers talked about the climate crisis that we have before us. And I won't repeat the statistics, the science behind it. But what I do want to emphasize is the fact that local action, our action tonight, is necessary to effectively tackle this climate crisis. And so when I hear, you know, many people question whether or not if, you know, Los Altos adopts this plan and then implements the plan, will it really have an impact? The answer is yes. And as another speaker said, this is a coordinated effort where we each have a role to play. And I won't go through the list of benefits but because of the time, I won't go through the list of benefits. But when I look at this list, it's for our community. Everything on the CAP benefits list will benefit our residents. And so I think of us doing this for our community to benefit our residents. And as another speaker said, for the future residents of this community and the broader community. So Mayor, I am ready to make the motion to support adoption of the 2022 Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. I'm sure others have comments to make. So I will hold my motion, but I would be proud and honored to move that we adopt this plan tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for understanding that we'll wait till everybody's weighed in a little bit. Let's see, I'm not sure if it was Councilmember Weinberg who beat the Vice Mayor or vice versa. So he's shaking his head. I think Vice Mayor, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. So, you know, sometimes it's so hard, especially lately, to feel optimistic. I mean, really, how much more can go? I don't even want to ask the question, but how much more can go wrong in our world? So it's really hard to feel optimistic, but, you know, we have to aim high. It's our responsibility to do so. It's our children, our neighbors' children, our grandchildren. It's just our responsibility. And what's the worst that can happen if we aim high? Well, maybe we fail to some extent. Maybe it's not 2035, but 2036 by the time we hit carbon neutrality or whatever of some of these goals. But we certainly will fail if we don't do this. So, you know, this is a 13-year path that we will work through and aim for, and it doesn't replace our priorities. It's really a backdrop for how we're going to do business and how we're each as members of the community going to evolve. So it's just an underlying approach to how we're going to think about moving forward as a community. And so I wholeheartedly support this. I think what Mr. Hedden said was exactly right, that we're going to be talking about all these elements over time and working through various ways to make them happen. We don't need to discuss each and every one of them tonight, but I, for one, am willing to aim high. It's my responsibility to do that. It's our responsibility to do that for our community. And I think the vast majority of members want us to do that. So let's aim high.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I find myself substantially in agreement with Councilmember Flygore and the Vice Mayor. If you don't have a plan to succeed, then you are planning to fail. And yes, I think the cap is extremely ambitious. I think there are some parts of it that we're unlikely to meet, but overall, I love the idea of this council adopting a policy for the city, which, and this is where I'll differ with the Vice Mayor. I don't see the cap as being on the back burner. I don't want it on the back burner. I sincerely hope that staff won't keep the information we get from ClearPath just on the city's internal computers. Let's put it on the website. Let's make it available to the council members. Let's make it available to the public. Let's actually see what we're doing. Let's see how the steps that we are taking are positively affecting the environment. I think that we should shoot for carbon neutrality by 2030. I understand why the cap is targeting 2035. That's fine. Let's see what our progress is. Let's see what's working. Let's see what's not working, and let's pivot as necessary. I sincerely hope that we keep this on the front burner, and that if and when this council does adopt the CAAP, that staff really takes it as a direction that this is the city's policy. This is the council's policy. This is what we want to move forward. It is my biggest hope and prayer that, assuming that this cap is passed by the council, staff doesn't just let it sit on the website somewhere, that the new sustainability coordinator comes in, looks at the document, really works to understand the document, and helps work with city management and the council to advise both what we can do to make sure that we are doing everything reasonably possible to meet our goals. Personally, I don't find persuasive the argument that, oh, Los Altos is so small, we couldn't possibly do anything that would matter. I don't think that that's true, but even if there were some truth to the amount of greenhouse gas that we contribute and what our change behavior can do to affect that, even if it is very small, as one of the callers mentioned, we're working with other agencies. We're working with other cities in our regional community, in our national community, and really as part of the global community. I think that the city should take a leadership position. So for those reasons, I wholeheartedly support moving forward with adopting the cap.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Liang.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is a very aspirational plan, no doubt about it. I think there are a lot of good things in the plan. What I am concerned by is that we may possibly be making individuals' energy costs higher. And I think we don't have information. I am concerned about how do we educate people on realizing that if they are having difficulties, they can really get an exemption. I feel that everyone has been distracted by COVID and that there hasn't been a true public opportunity for people to really understand this plan. I would hope that if we want the public to join us in this effort, that we host a council forum helping people understand more about this CAAP. So I would like to make sure that our community is aware of what this entails. I would have a question that if it's a motion to move forward on it, if part of it includes a fee or a tax, wouldn't that require a public hearing on how we move forward on this? And I'm concerned about how we would be needing to discuss everything first after we move forward on it. So I just feel that we are not really getting the information that we need as we push forward. And I'm concerned that it would derail some of our priorities that we really need staff to focus on and our budget to be allocated towards. So those are my concerns. And that's it. Thank you.
I think the city manager wants to answer that question for you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, on the first question, the council would adopt the CAAP. Any items in it that would need an ordinance change or anything similar to that would have to come back to the council as a separate action item.
Thank you, Mr. England. So this is an immense reach in its own right. One of the things that concerns me about this is I'm not sure we have fully accounted in the projections for the projected population growth that the state anticipates that we will experience. I think that will make it more difficult, and that's why one reason I would not support trying to move the time frame up, because I think there are too many uncertainties with respect to population impact here. One of the effects of that population impact is going to be that we are going to have a denser city where we have less room, not more room, for trees and greenery. So I kind of think of this plan in two respects. One is, as many of you have said, it is signaling and sending a message to people that Los Altos is doing its part, even if it has an infinitesimal effect on a national or an international level, that we have a responsibility to demonstrate that we are committed to doing what we can. The other part, and for me, this is much more practical, and that's how I tend to be, is what can we do that directly affects and benefits our residents? One of those is clearly the Complete Streets Master Plan, and I'm pleased to see that as one of the top priorities here, is anything that makes it easier for our kids to bike to school instead of having their parents drive them is like one of the greatest no-brainers ever invented. Another one is water conservation. That's something that's going to be imposed on us, but it is going to affect what we can do in terms of my next item, which is greenery. We are going to have to find better ways to water the greenery that we want to have, because we're not going to be able to do it with potable water. We just can't. And we are not going to have the area to have greenery that we've had historically. We're going to have less room to plant things. Another thing that I think we're absolutely obligated to do is to work on our own city operations. So where our own city buildings, city vehicles, city activities where we can do things in here, we have to do those. Now comes my biggest concern. My biggest concern is, and those of you who've been around for the downtown vision plan will, and I know I can almost hear Councilmember Flagger's reaction to this. We continually run into the question of what did we really do with the downtown vision plan? What did we really say we were doing? Were we adopting it? Were we saying this is a guiding document? What does it all mean as we go forward? And people come back to that document and say, well, because it says this in the document, then we have to do X. And my concern is I do not believe we've had the kind of public feedback on this document that we can all sit here and say the overwhelming majority of our community wants to do everything that's in this document. I don't think we can say that. We can't say they don't, but I don't think we can say that they do. And even though we come back with anything that involves taxes and, you know, code changes and so on, and we have to scrub those, if we quote, I'm concerned about the word, if we adopt this, and that then is taken as the city council saying we have to then do everything here, I am not prepared to say that. So I'm looking to my colleagues for another word, and I'm looking for Councilmember Fliger, who offered to carry the motion here, to say, can you think of another word or another way of expressing this that indicates that while this is aspirational for us, we are not able to truly commit to necessarily implementing every one of these things without further study and look at the potential to actually get it done and ways to pay for it, and the impact on our community, including things like taxing everyone to pay for establishment of an EV network, or requiring people to spend tens of thousands of dollars to convert the way that they provide heat or hot water in their house because their gas appliance needs replacing. I'm just really worried about how people will take what our action is tonight and how we operationalize that. And I think the city manager might want to say something. His square's lit up. I don't know what that means.
And I'm happy to respond, but let's hear from Mr.
I have no comment, Mayor. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not sure why it lit up.
Sorry. Go ahead, council member.
Thank you, Mayor. So let me respond with all due respect to your question to me, where I disagree comparing the downtown vision plan to the CAP. The downtown vision plan was adopted. We can all go back and look at the minutes, but it was adopted as, I think, a guideline, or to act as a guiding document. And to me, when I look at the downtown vision plan, as we have done as a council over the years, when we consider ways to support our downtown community or to increase vibrancy, I go to that downtown vision plan because it is a guide in helping us figure out what are some of the things that we should consider. I will tell you, and I've said this before, I don't agree with everything in the downtown vision plan. And I think when that council adopted it, that's why it was adopted as a guide, meaning maybe not everything, but at least we have a sense of, you know, the different things we could consider and do over the years. For the CAP, I strongly endorse using the word adopt, because I think that's what we are doing. We are adopting it to say, to the extent possible, we are going to use, you know, good faith efforts, do the best that we can to implement all these different things in the plan. Now, I will tell you, and I'm sure the subcommittee and Ben will also chime in to say, we're not going to blindly implement the things in the plan. This vetting process and analysis and the impact on the community and the resources necessary and the timing of these things will always be part of the consideration before we move forward with implementation. And so I think the concerns you're raising are valid. I mean, an easy example is the REACH codes is one of the recommendations. As a council, we will not blindly just move forward and adopt the REACH codes. Like the last time, we had a community engagement process where we factored in input and then decided to move forward with a changed policy. I mean, it started one way and then it got revised over the months that we had community engagement and input. And so I strongly endorse using the word adopt. And I think by using the word adopt, it doesn't take away from the things you're saying. I think that will be part of the implementation plan and process. And so I really hope all 5 of us can support and adopt this plan, knowing that for each element of the plan, at least for a lot of the elements of the plan, it will come back to us to give direction on how we move forward with implementing those pieces of the plan.
Okay, does anyone, Vice Mayor Meadows, you wanted to make a comment?
I was going to ask either our city attorney or our city manager, because the staff report says approve in a couple places, and now we're saying adopt. So I just wanted to check if that's synonymous or city attorney.
Adopt, approve this plan, and we don't need a resolution. You can adopt or approve this plan. And one of the things that I wanted to actually say is, if you adopt, you approve this plan, all the implementation measures that is going to, be budgeted, need city monies or city grants or anything like that, will all come back to you. It can be implemented through the existing city policies. And if there are new city policies or ordinances that need to be changed to further implement this plan, it will all come back to you. Like, this plan will not, from what I understand of it, it's not going to change what we did with reach codes and what we have adopted for reach codes. So this plan isn't going to change reach codes, at least as I understand how this is implemented. So, but anyway, your question was approve or adopt. Yes, you can make a motion to adopt this plan. It's the same, and we don't need a resolution for that. So,
So I think the ball, oh, sorry, Councilmember Lee Eng.
So I guess I'm uncomfortable unless it's really reworded to include everything that was highlighted, that if this plan is adopted, that we make clear that all like you stated, Ms. Houston, that all items that require financial, that we have opportunity, that every item that has financial impact, that we have a chance to have it come back to council and understand it and weigh in on it. Because just like when they say, oh, we want to make this farmer's market a year-round farmer's market, I definitely want to understand the financial impact that goes with it. There is a financial impact on closing the road, what it will cost us to provide the public service to maintain that. So I want, if we're going to say it, then I think it should be clearly stated in this motion. Otherwise, I am uncomfortable just saying, oh, we're going to adopt this plan.
well, I can chime in, but I see that the city manager's there. But this motion just adopts this plan. As I said, any implementation of this plan that is a change of a policy or a regulation or an ordinance is always going to come back to you.
Well, then it can be put in our motion. I think it's okay to have that language in our motion then. If we want everybody on board, then we should be willing to put the language in our motion. I think it's council discretion to word it the way we want it and feel comfortable.
And if you want to say, put that on the motion, that's fine. And I will now defer to the city manager who's on screen.
Thank you. I think obviously the motion and how it's implemented is at council discretion. many of the elements would come back, but if their policy or they're within staff authority and council has adopted this, I don't want to make it appear that everything will come back, because that wouldn't be the case unless it's specifically stated otherwise. So I just wanted to provide clarity on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
I'm very happy to hear what the city manager just said. That was the issue I wanted to address. It's my sincere hope that if and when we adopt the CAAP, we are telling staff as much as anyone else, this is the policy of the council. I don't want this council to micromanage staff. I think that past councils have unfortunately done that with staff, and it has not always led to desirable results. If the cap is adopted, then it's our policy. And there are some expenditures that the city manager has been authorized to make up to a certain amount. I think it's now $100,000. I don't want every single item that's in the cap to be put on hold pending it coming back to the council for approval. We could just be talking about a $5,000 expenditure for something that we said is the policy that this council wants to promote. Now, of course, if we're talking about something that requires an ordinance or a resolution, then as a matter of procedure, as a matter of law, that will of course have to come back to the council. And I don't think anybody would dispute that. But I don't want to pass a document that has training wheels on it and requires every single expenditure of resources to have to be rubber stamped by the council. If we do that, then we're really not passing anything.
Councilmember Flagger.
Mayor, I'm ready to make the motion.
Go ahead.
So I move that we adopt this bold and ambitious plan that will benefit today's and future generations. It's adopting the 2022 Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, an update to the 2013 Climate Action Plan, and make findings that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15308 as an action that will not have a significant impact on the environment, specifically for the protection of the climate.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor?
I would like to second that motion and also clarify that I hope I didn't say this belonged on the back burner. I didn't think I said that, but that's not what we're here to discuss. Sorry.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Eng, do you want to discuss the motion? You're muted.
Yes, I do, Mayor. Thank you. I would like to do a friendly amendment because I am concerned that how it's going to be interpreted by the public is that if we haven't put some clarifiers in as to what items come back to us, then I think that this is going to be a runaway circus at one point. And I really want to, I think it helps our city manager if we could provide some clarification on what items. I'm not here to micromanage, but I'm also here to represent the public. And when there's major changes that is going to happen and we're not aware of, it might not cost any much, and it's within his jurisdiction, I think it's right for us to have that opportunity to allow public to weigh in. So I am uncomfortable unless we put either some, how would I say, some guiding clarifiers to how we would want it to come back. So I think with even though his approval is 100,000, I would like to see if something that was 50,000 come back to us. I mean, this is a lot of public funds. Our budget is tight, and I think they want to understand how their tax dollars or their city dollars are being spent as well. So that would be my friendly amendment.
So as the maker of the motion, Mayor, I do not accept the amendment. I think the city manager and the city attorney explained clearly how the different portions of the plan would be implemented, and it's clear what would need to come back to council and what would fall within the city manager's authority. And I'm comfortable with that approach, and so I will not accept that amendment to the motion.
Thank you for the clarification. And I will just say that I believe that if I were to vote for this tonight, it would be perceived that I am endorsing everything that is here, including the expenses and the impositions of various taxes and practices, even though they would come back for further review and action in some cases by council. It would still be viewed that I'm endorsing everything that's in this plan, and I cannot do that. So I will regretfully be voting against this motion. But City Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
Mayor Enander,
No.
Councilmember Lee Ing.
No.
Thank you. The motion passes 3-2.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone who has worked on this. It is, in fact, a mighty document.
And Mayor, I just want to make sure you're still comfortable with the statement you have in the cap as the mayor.
I'm absolutely comfortable with the statement that I have in the cap. Let's see, and I just want to point out to them, if they want my signature, if they ask the city clerk, I'm sure she will provide a digital file that provides a signature, which currently seems to be missing. That being the case, we have postponed items, it being 11:24, postponed items 12 and 13. Does anyone need to go over information items?
Well, I do have a future agenda item.
Does anyone have any information items?
Mm-mm.
Okay, then if there is a concern about future agenda items, go ahead, council member.
Oh, my agenda item would be to have staff review our tree canopy program and what we need to do to expand our urban tree canopy, since you've just, that was a big emphasis of that cap that you just adopted. I'm sure you would support it. So I hope one of you would support it, or two of you would support it.
City manager, don't we have that queued up on a future agenda item as it is?
Mayor, I believe we had that set for the next meeting, but it may be getting moved to the first April meeting, considering what we deferred tonight.
Okay, sorry,
Nope, just want to
Thank you.
reassure you that it's there. Councilmember Flagger, was there anything else? Councilmember Liang? Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have a couple items. So the first one, Mr. England, especially based on the discussion tonight where the word priority was thrown around many times and what the council priorities are, and hearing that the tree policy is already scheduled for an upcoming council agenda. I'm curious if we have a new date for priority setting. As you know, this is required under our norms. I think it's section 8.8, and there's a reason for it. So I'm curious whether or not we have a date for priority setting.
I caught it myself. Oh, Councilmember Flagger, I believe we're still polling council to finalize a date. I think we have it down to 2 right now. But I believe we're looking for keeping it on a regular council meeting evening to keep it in line with the flow of work.
Okay, thank you. And so the next item, which is a follow-up to the cap, is I would like to propose adding as a future agenda item discussion of adopting REACH Codes 2.0. As we heard from the experts, this is one of the top priorities that they recommend for this year, even compared to the tree canopy. Again, going back to why we need a priority setting discussion to figure out which one we should be hearing first. So I'd like to propose that we add the REACH codes to a future agenda and bring it back to council as soon as possible. And I think this may require 2 council members to support it in the event it needs staff work, even though this would be the initial discussion.
Councilmember Weinberg.
I support Councilmember Flaggo's request.
Vice Mayor Meadows.
As do I.
Okay.
Thank you both. And then the last thing, Mayor, is, and this may be for Mr. England as well, if we could, and I know we normally agendize the emergency declaration, but agendize talking about returning to in-person meetings. I'll defer to you on the appropriate date, but I know this is something a lot of governing bodies are discussing right now.
For an updated council, I believe the chambers will be complete in May 1st, first week of May. So that's aligning nicely with when a potential conversation of returning to in-person meetings would happen.
Is there any further business? Then we will be adjourned at 11:29. Thank you all.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.